I keep unmuting and then it gets back to mute.
Yes, Linda, you need to be on mute. If you don't stay on mute, I'll remove you. Hold on a second here.
A meeting of the Midcoast Community Council for January 26, 2022. Len, would you call the roll, please?
Okay, Jill?
Here.
Dan?
Here.
Michelle?
Here.
Dave?
Here.
Greg? Greg?
I said here.
Claire?
Here.
And I'm here. 7-0, we're all present.
Okay. Thank you. Trying to get the agenda back up here. Next is a report from other government agencies, starting with Don Horsley's office. Is Lena here?
I am. Thank you, Claire. So I don't have too many updates today. My first one is COVID. And I'm actually just going to read directly from an update that we got from Luis Rogers and just abbreviate it. So they wanted to let us know that the federal government is taking we also appreciate the actions the federal government is taking to extend protection to every resident through distribution of at-home test kits and N95 masks. The county does not have details on the rollout of the masks, but we are monitoring and we'll learn more as we determine the role of the county in that. As for at-home test kits, in addition to the federal initiative of giving 4 test kits per household, the federal government also requires insurance companies to cover the cost of 8 test kits per month per insured person. So if you have any questions about that, I'll put my email in the chat and I'd be happy to provide more detail. And then for the COVID-related data, the level of virus transmission remains high with our 7-day lagged case rate reported by the state on Monday at 213 cases per 100,000 in the population. That's compared to 217 a week ago, so about the same. This is an average of 1,661 new COVID-19 cases per day compared to 1,692 cases per day last week. Our current case activity keeps us in the high level of community transmission. And if you want to know more about the test positivity, the healthy equity quartile, or any other data, I'll be happy to provide that in the chat. Our overall county vaccination rate is currently at 88% for those who have received at least 1 dose and 80% for those who have received 2 doses. And so far we are making progress on the boosters, but highly recommend that anyone who has not gotten a booster yet make an appointment to do so. My second update is in regard to the El Granada petition that we received regarding fire. So I realized that the MCC nor any of the other people from that petition ever got an exact response from the county. And I had gotten the recommendation that they would like a more direct response. So I have a very long and comprehensive amount of information that I'm happy to provide anyone who's curious about all the work that's happening in Quarry Park specifically. But just in sum, for people who might be curious, since that petition, we've been doing a lot of work on fuel reduction and fire resiliency in Quarry Park. Most notably the scoping project, which Sheena Sidhu, who's on this call, has been indispensable in helping with, but also the removal of eucalyptus in the medians, the county parks working with the Resource Conservation District, getting over $1 million for project number 16 from the Coastal Conservancy on the fuel reduction list of the parks. And then also the tree removal permit exemption. So those are all things that Supervisor Horsley's office has touched in some way to try and help with fuel reduction in El Granada. And for those who want the more comprehensive breakdown of all that, I'm more than happy to provide it. I just don't want to take too much time out of this meeting. I I had a couple questions about the Murata Bridge. I have gotten the feedback that the emergency work is in no way going to delay the overall bridge project. So just wanted to let you guys be apprised of that. And also that the multimodal trail is out for bid and the bid should be awarded by February 22nd. And they will start construction after that. And lastly, I know that SB 9 has been discussed briefly in these meetings, and there was actually just an informational presentation at the Board of Supervisors yesterday. So I'll include a link to that if anyone's interested in kind of getting a little bit more information about SB 9. So that's all my updates, and I would love to take questions.
My understanding is that SB 9 does not apply to the coast side.
Yes and no. Definitely different on the coast side. Different restrictions, absolutely. But I think parts of the mid-coast do qualify as higher density. So I'm not exactly sure. There's information in the presentation to that effect.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Sid?
Oh, hi, Lena. I was just wondering if they've been talking about what they're going to do about the Pillar Point Bluffs now that that trail has got so much erosion on it. Do you know? You mentioned the bridge, so.
You know, I don't know. If you don't mind shooting me an email, if not, I'll follow up and I can shoot you an email with an update.
Well, I think next week's the Parks Commission has their meeting, so I might tune into that if I'm around. But thank you. I thought you might know, so I just wanted to ask. The other question was if you know if there's been any accountability regarding some of the things like the PPE that got left out in the San Mateo County Event Center and at Seton Medical Center in Daly City and those sort of things.
Yes, and I can give the long or the short version on that because there's been lots of discussion. And the short version is that most of that PPE was completely usable, was not damaged. It was like the boxes, but they were in plastic. And it's being all donated to nonprofits. I will say that almost all of that PPE was not medical grade, and that's why it had been sitting around for so long, is that we didn't really have a good place to give it to or to use it. And there was negligence, absolutely. And the county and the county manager do take responsibility for that. So a full investigation towards that negligence is in effect. But as of right now, the vast majority of that PPE is just being donated to nonprofits. It's mops, it's bleach, it's kind of full body gear that's not medical grade. So that's kind of the short version of that, if that's okay.
I thought it was going outside the county to some other group to be donated. Why isn't it being donated inside the county? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, it was on the board agenda yesterday, so let me check. And
missed it. Sorry.
It's being donated. I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
Michelle?
I just wanted to ask, or more comment or ask if Lena was going to speak to the meetings that Claire and I had with the county in terms of the COVID data. Did you want to speak to that or have one of us do?
Good question. Sure. Whichever you prefer.
You can go ahead.
Okay, so Claire and Michelle have been extremely helpful in highlighting some of the errors that the county has had in showing vaccination data on the Midcoast and kind of misrepresenting lower data than is actually accurate for the Midcoast. So Claire and Michelle, I really was just helping with scheduling. We're kind of the geniuses behind working with our health department to alleviate that. And actually, I can't remember off the top of my head which date that data is going active. Do you remember, Michelle?
It's going to be active on Friday. So as of Friday, instead of showing different vaccination rates and also case rates for El Granada, Moss Beach, and Montera, they will all be combined into one Midcoast area. What was happening before is that some of the areas of Moss Beach, for example, the Seal Cove area, Pillar Ridge, some other areas of the Midcoast and Miramar were not counting toward the Moss Beach and El Granada, the respective towns. So we found that it was just much more accurate to aggregate the entire area. So you'll see a change in the county dashboards as of Friday for both the vaccination rates, which should show a much more uniform, higher vaccination rate for our area, but then also the case rates will probably be slightly higher as well.
Yeah, could not have said it better. Thank you. And really thank you to you and Claire for doing that, because it was definitely something that should have been fixed.
Yeah, we're just happy that the county was so receptive to our feedback.
Thank you. Dan?
Yes. Thank you for your report, Lena. I wanted to, I'm sure you're aware, but wanted to see if you had any reports from the county regarding, I think it was last Friday night, there was some heavy windstorms, and there were several, I think at least 4 trees that fell in El Granada near one of the medians. I think there were, some of them snapped, one of them hit a telephone pole and then snapped the telephone pole, landed on a car and totaled the car, and came close to houses. There's a number of other trees, and I think this is a variety of pines and cypresses. But it sounds like these trees, some arborists have said they've lived past their expected life, and so I understand. I think the fire department, fire district, kind of cleaned it up a little bit. But are you aware of it? And the concern is the remaining trees that could fall at the next windstorm.
So I actually only found out about it through the Resource Conservation District's presentation and open forum yesterday night regarding fire danger. And that's when I first heard of the storm, kind of tangentially. As for work in the future, I think that if you've got specific concerns, definitely shoot me an email. I'll put it in my notes and I'll report it to the supervisor. But if you want to put in your own words, I'd be happy to advocate for seeing if we can get some of these more dangerous trees removed. But I don't think anything's planned at the moment. So it would be something we would need to work on.
So you are aware of it? And we are, I mean, there could have been some life injury in this last incident. And so right. you are aware there's a danger, current and present danger.
Yes.
And there's no follow-up. Is that what you're saying? There's no like
no
arborist to go out there and kind of survey the situation. Is that what you're saying? That there's nothing really on the books for this?
Not that I know of. The arborist is within the Parks Department, so I'll check with them on that. And I think that's a good idea to have the arborist come out and look at those trees, but not that I know of, no.
Yeah, well, I'd like to request if that happens.
Gotcha. I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, Dan. Len?
Yes, Lena, could you provide the full report to Michelle so it could be posted on the website, the one regarding the detail work in Quarry Park?
Absolutely. Although I will say, I'm pretty sure the MCC was CC'd on it. It's from Hannah Ormshaw a little while ago, but I'm happy to resend it.
If we don't have it, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Sure. I can resend it.
Thanks, Len. Greg?
I just wanted to follow up on Dan's comment. I went out there on Monday after receiving an email from some El Granada residents. There were a good dozen trees blown down. It looks like an easterly wind. It looks like wet soil combined with a shallow root system caused several eucalyptus to topple. By the time I got there at 12:45, there was already a parks crew on site in Quarry Park. I can't speak to the medians, but Quarry Park was being cut down. They still had more work to do. There was one 30-inch diameter eucalyptus on one of the trails, and there were a bunch of, I think they're pine, but I'm not sure, on one of the loop trails. And there was probably more that I didn't even get to. But as far as Quarry Park was concerned, the cleanup was in full swing at 1 p.m. on Monday.
Okay.
Greg, really appreciate that info.
Thank you for your report, Lena. I'd like to move on to Sheena for an update on the scoping project and whatever else you're going to report on.
Thanks, Claire. Hi, everybody. Yeah, there's plenty to share about all the things that RCD is doing, but I know most folks are interested in the scoping project, so I'll jump right into that. It was nice to see many folks yesterday at the listening session. So just context for anybody who hasn't been following along, this is the El Granada Wildfire Resiliency Scoping Project, where we've hired, RCD has hired consultants and is working with partners, which includes the county parks, Coastside Fire, CAL FIRE, Coastside Fire Protection District, to work on developing, and MCC, of course, to work on identifying the fire risks for El Granada, and then developing a suite of potential actions for safety and for fire resiliency. So roughly this project is into 3 parts, which is the data collection period. Next will be the analysis and the wildfire risk assessment. And then coming out of that, the 3rd part will be where the consultants will identify the suite of actions, which includes potential projects, also make potential policy changes, recommendations for things related to individual landowner, like home hardening or defensible space, things like that. But that's a 3-part project. And right now we are in the data collection phase, so we can collect the data to put into the model to do the risk assessment, right? So that's been going on this whole month. The consultants have met with MCC, have met with some residents, have met with fire agency personnel, have met with the county, and have received lots of great data from all these sources, which includes quantitative and qualitative data that's going to be put either into the model or can help inform the model. And then yesterday, one of the other remaining parts about the data collection was that listening session that we had. So that was the open forum to the community that was held yesterday, 6 to 8 on Zoom, where we opened it up to receive information. And I think the listening session went really well. I think we received some great information. There was some great participation. Just because it is a point of the topic that just happened, there was a lot of discussion about wind. And so we got some good input and information about wind. The consultants have taken notes and are receiving all of that and are going to be following up on that. And then our data collection period will be ending this Friday. We were making that a deadline that we can collect all that information so that the consultants can start actually putting it into the model and analyzing. That's the update.
Thank you, Sheena. Any questions for Sheena?
Yes, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Sheena, thank you. You're requesting data from the community, or just general input. Can you elaborate, please? You called out for data, so.
Yes. Sorry, Dan, I might not be understanding your question precisely. Like what kind of data was it? A request for?
Just general input, or is that?
Yes. Yes.
Like, you know.
Yeah, so it was data that we wanted to look at. We have some vegetation information. We have like fine scale vegetation mapping, topography. We have some basic wind patterns. And then but what we wanted to know is like, is there anything that like historically there was some sort of assessment of El Granada that, we might not know about? They're like, yeah, there is some data, an extra data set out there. That's one example. Another question was we asked about assets and what assets need to be included when we're mapping out the risk assessment, right? So we provided a list of assets that we do have and then asked like, are there any more that folks know about? Another question was about wind, and we shared that we are getting a lot of our data from the NOAA National Wind Service. But then, does anybody have any wind, like some weather stations on their property? Are there other ones that we may not look? So we just wanted to make sure we did a thorough analysis and caught the data that is out there. And it was also an opportunity for people to share like quantitative or observational data. One question we asked about was fireworks. That came up in a few conversations before, that like fireworks is a risk. So we asked like, is there a peak time that people hear it? Is there a peak place that people have observed these fireworks? Like just information like that could help to inform the model.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheena. We always appreciate your bringing us up to date on these things.
Yeah, and then thanks to Michelle too. She was the person that really pushed for having a good community a forum for this, and I just think it went really well. And I just to thank Michelle. I think she's been a great partner in this project and really done well representing MCC.
I think the meeting was well run. I hope tonight's will go as well. Next is Harvey Rarbeck from City Council Half Moon Bay.
Good evening, everybody. I have a couple of updates about court decisions that recently came out that affect the Midcoast. A judge has issued a temporary decision, a tentative decision rather, on the lawsuit that Half Moon Bay had initiated against El Granada and Montera about the SAM IPS, the intertie pipe system. And that tentative judgment has gone against the city. Of course, we're disappointed, but the final judgment is due within 90 days, and it'll be interesting to see what the final judgment is. This has been going on for over 4 years already, so it would be nice to get it decided. The other court decision that is relevant to the Midcoast indirectly is another judge in another case has issued a decision to allow the civil lawsuit that the family of Sandra Harmon, who was killed in Half Moon Bay in 2020, to proceed. The part of the lawsuit that is to determine whether or not the detective Detective Dominguez, whether he violated the civil rights of Sandra Harmon by shooting her first. And that will probably be taking place within a year or so, that court case. It's relevant to the Midcoast because we share the same public service, public safety, the sheriff services, both of us. On another non-court news, the city council has decided on a tentative map for our redistricting. That map includes 5 districts and a rotating mayor. So originally in 2018, we were going to have 4 districts and an elected mayor, but the city council has agreed that on February 15th, we're going to hear the 5-district map with a rotating mayor. And my last update has to do with some good news, and that is the city is contracting with a local organization, Libertad. What's the name of it? Libertad de...
Is it El Centro?
El Centro de Libertad, thank you. To initiate a pilot program that will deal with mental health response to 911 calls. It's going to be funded for 7 months initially, and it's going to have a van with a medical personnel and a mental health professional in the van, initially 40 hours a week for 7 months. We hope that we can extend that. And they will respond to 911 calls that require mental health responses as opposed to armed deputies coming to scare people off. We're excited about that. The county has agreed that Moonridge can be included in that pilot project, and that's a step in the right direction. I believe, we hope that ultimately the entire coast side can have such a program where we have mental health response instead of armed deputy response to mental health issues. So that's from my perspective, really good news. I'll be glad to answer any questions about anything.
Looks like there's a question from two people. Start with Len.
Yes, Harvey. On the two last items you mentioned for the lawsuit, I assume it's the county sheriff assumes a liability, so there is no particular liability of the city of Half Moon Bay. Is that correct?
If you're talking about financial liability, yeah, that is
correct. And on the 9/11 calls, that action doesn't extend, that test won't extend to the Midcoast?
Not initially.
Is that, should the Midcoast have done something to do that, or would we have to initiate a wholly separate action to get involved?
Say that again, Len?
Well, if the Midcoast wanted to be included in such an effort, would we have had to sort of connect in at the start or do something totally separate?
I imagine if you could get the funding.
Well, I guess the question really would go to Lena, I think, to give us an update from the supervisor's office. Looking for Lena to say yes or no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I was chewing really loud.
On the 9/11 response, looking at the mental health aspect, if we'd had interest in the Midcoast being involved in that type of project, should we have gone to the supervisor to you earlier to see how to do that? I mean, I have.
I believe that conversation happened, and I believe that certain council members of Half Moon Bay advocated for that, and it just seemed like for now, we're starting with Half Moon Bay and we're growing. I don't think that the supervisor personally felt like it was viable to do the Midcoast at this moment. So I think that was advocated for, but the supervisor was not necessarily supportive of that.
Were you given a presentation on it to at least consider it?
There was a meeting with the county manager and the supervisor and several council members where they presented the idea, yes.
When you say council members, that's not the MCC is a council, or do you mean supervisors?
The Half Moon Bay City Council, I should have clarified.
Okay, so how would we?
There is a similar county program, and it's happening in two cities right now. It's not identical, but it's very similar.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. What I'm going to say, Len, is that the Half Moon Bay City Council advocated for the Midcoast to be included. I mean, the Midcoast Community Council could also have advocated for that same thing. The supervisor was not supportive of including the Midcoast at this point in time.
Okay. Any curious of the reason? Was it just financial?
No, it was more just the complexity of 911 and kind of where the lines would be drawn. When it's Half Moon Bay, the lines are relatively clear. And when it becomes the Midcoast, I think it became a little bit more confusing. And as Dave stated, the supervisor is also supporting another very similar program. And I think it was just maybe a little bit too much for our office to handle at this point in time.
Catherine.
Thank you. To add some information to Harvey's announcement on the 4.5-year-long lawsuit, on January 18th, the preliminary ruling was posted by Greg on Coastside Buzz. So if folks want to read the tentative ruling, it's there in its complete statement, and it's a good read. It's not too technical, and it's not full of arcane legalities. It's in plain English. And also in today's review, there is a letter to the editor by, I think the name is Bill Bolson. It's an excellent letter. And there is also an article in the review by the reporter August, and I'm sorry I don't have his last name on my notes.
August Howell.
August Howell, thank you. And he mentions that Half Moon Bay has spent over $703,000 on this lawsuit. And Granada, around 200,000. Sam, around 800,000, or I'm sorry, 80,000. And Montera at this point we need to talk about as a board whether we can want to reveal that number or not. But even assuming we are at the expenditure of Granada, the coast side has spent now well over $1 million on this. I think it's something that has, hopefully it has resolved things, and the three agencies that are part of SAM, which is its own, of itself is its own agency that is funded by the three member agencies. Hopefully we can now work together and get a fix on things for the public health of the coast side. It's the sewer authority that keeps the beaches clean, cleans up the sewer overflows, and things have been broken for a while. That was part of the start of the lawsuit, and you can read that in the judge's statement. And in the last 4.5 years, they haven't fixed themselves. And in the last 4.5 years, the cost to fix them have only gone up. So I suggest everyone in the public, if you want to be more knowledgeable about the judge's decision and also reading the paper today, they're three very good points of view. Thank you.
Catherine, I'm going to take that as a statement from another government agency as well.
You can take it however you want.
We have a lot of things to do tonight, but that's how I'm going to take it.
Thank you.
But question from Dan.
Yeah, on Harvey's report, Harvey, I want to congratulate you on your win. I think that's a positive direction, and I would support a conversation to have the Midcoast included. It sounds like along with Len. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Dan. Is there anybody else? Any other representatives of government?
Yeah, just a quick question. So, Harvey, for that type of lawsuit action, is it the Council of Half Moon Bay that initiated the action?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
2017. Are you're talking about the SAM lawsuit, not the Sandra Harmon? Yeah. Yeah, it was the council that initiated it in 2017.
Okay.
Any other government representatives that want to speak? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. And what's on the consent agenda is the minutes for the last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Claire, those were put out very late. In fact, just checking, I don't think it's posted on our website. So I would like that to be moved to the next meeting.
Okay, I think you're right. Okay, so we'll do that.
Claire, you also skipped public comment. You only had.
We'll go back to that.
Big wigs.
Sorry. Okay, public comment. We can entertain comments up to 3 minutes on any subject that is not on the agenda tonight. And what's on the agenda tonight are the comment letters for Connect the Coast Side and for the pilot off-leash dog walking program. So anybody that has something else they want to address, we'll start with Sid.
Thank you, Claire. I just wanted to kind of go forth mentioning how really saddened I am by the continuous lack of accountability in our county government. You know, I mentioned to Lena about the PPP and the $10,000 worth of spoiled merchandise that the county event center director left outside. And, you know, hasn't been anything published about whether she's going to be fired for that since it was out in the rain since September. And then just this past week, I heard there was a follow-up tip for the Seton Medical Center, and our county government gives Measure K money to a private corporation, which is now HMC in Southern California. They gave them $20 million back in 2020. So when will they stop handing over money and millions of dollars to a private entity? And last, they had to agree back in last year in August, I think it was, for an $11.4 million settlement because San Mateo Medical Center was misbilling Medicare for non-Medicare related issues. I don't know if the person who was responsible for the fraudulent billing was ever fired, but I personally think they should have been. And then way back in 2007, Sheriff Monks and Under Sheriff Bolanos were caught in the Las Vegas sting operation called Operation Dollhouse when they visited an underage brothel that was being investigated for human trafficking. They just happened to go there saying they wanted a massage when they were staying in, Vegas, where you can get really nice spa treatment massages. But why were they not fired? That's kind of what I'm disappointed about. It seems like people only get slapped on the wrist. And, we've had, I believe, 3 that I can think of coastside residents who have been hurt by killed by the San Mateo County Police, and they never seem to get lose their jobs either. So I just wanted to say that it's kind of like a rant I'm on right now. Thank you.
Okay. Crystalline.
Thank you so much. I wanted to thank Claire for her wonderful presentation today representing the Midcoast Council at the Chamber's State of the Coastside. She did a really great job giving an update for the area. People got familiar with the MCC if they weren't already, and I just really appreciate Claire's time. I kind of threw it together last minute, and she jumped in like a trooper, as she always does. So thank you so much, Claire. Super appreciate it.
Thank you. Sabrina.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak to any special district board members that might be watching tonight. I know we've had one speak already. I also want to address the representative from the Half Moon Bay City Council. I'm urging these special district board members that represent Midcoast public agencies to recover 100% of the legal fees related to the Half Moon Bay SAM lawsuit. Ratepayers on the Midcoast should not pay any of the legal fees for a lawsuit the city of Half Moon Bay filed against our local special districts. It was a frivolous lawsuit, and my family does not want to pay any of those legal fees. So I hope that the special districts will give a more in-depth full report on the amount of money that was forked out for the legal costs and the plan to recover all of that money, because we need it here on the Midcoast. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Dan, I see you've got your hand up. I think I'll call on you for announcements since this is public comment. Is there any other public comment? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say that, many people probably know we've been having some very clear nights lately, and the ability to see the stars here on the coast side have been, at least in my area, have been wonderful. And just wanted to encourage people to get outside, enjoy, put a jacket on, see what you can see. And also, hopefully, we can work together as a community to just minimize any excessive, unnecessary lighting that would benefit us all to be able to be able to see the stars. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Okay, we can move on then to the regular agenda. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the final comment letter on the Connect the Coastside Planning Project. If you remember, we talked about this at some length at the last meeting, and the plan was that the letter would be posted early, in which it was. It's been on the web for probably a week or more, so that everybody would have a chance to chime in and say what they thought about the letter and have it possibly changed before the meeting. I think that's pretty much happened. So I'm very hopeful that we can approve the letter fairly quickly. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to the group that's working on the letter, which I guess would be Dave.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start with that. Len and Greg were also involved. Yeah, the letter got posted a day later than I'd hoped. It got posted on the 19th. I did notify everybody who had submitted written comments. The letter was posted, as well as everybody who made verbal comments at the meeting. I got no responses from any of them. I did get a couple of minor suggested changes from 3 council members. A couple of them came in, one of them came in late today. So none of those changes are in the letter that's posted. We may have a request for some amendments to the letter, but I do appreciate everybody being involved. I know it's been a long, drawn out process. I don't have any plan to present anything. If we do get into amendments, either Len or I can display the letter. Thanks. Len, you have anything?
Do you want first a motion to approve?
I was just going to say about drafting a letter if you want, you or Greg wanted to say anything.
Sure. Well, as you noted, I do have an amendment. I think it's relatively minor.
Well, then we should probably put a motion to put it on the table first.
Well, that's what I was trying to confirm.
Yeah, I know that's what you were saying.
I move that we approve the letter drafted and posted on the website.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. And Led, you're going to propose an amendment. Maybe can we show the letter?
We can. I will now.
Hold on, Len, I'll have to make you co-host.
Okay. So let's see, actually.
Okay, you should be able to do it now, Len.
Okay. But I'm just oops. Okay. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. So this is the letter that David's drafted, and we just moved to adopt. It's to the point, I think it's been out there. The particular amendment I'm proposing was to take this last major paragraph. The community and council members are concerned that the CTP remains a living document, and move that forward to the second paragraph position. That means it would look like this, and it has the wording that you see there in the second paragraph. The particular change was in this first sentence, where it now is changed. It reads, community and council members are concerned that the work of the Connect the Coastside project be represented as a living document and process referred to as a comprehensive transportation management plan with public tracking. So the underlying portion, it is what is new. To me, it's important because going forward, and this is supposed to be a document in place for a long time, that we refer to it as a comprehensive transportation management plan. I don't want to have to go through the Connect the Coastside was there, and it produced a document, and it sort of represents a comprehensive transportation management plan, but just to refer to it that way going forward once it's been adopted. And then there were just a couple of minor changes in terms of executive summary being stated as a place to note the changes that they expect to go to the Coastal Commission and request.
Okay, so is it clear to everybody what Len is proposing, and do we have a motion to?
I guess the first thing is to ask Dave to comment. I did not hear from him. I don't know whether he's comfortable with this or not.
Yeah, I sent a reply pretty late that I wasn't thrilled with it, but I'm not opposed to it if the rest of the council wants it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think Len, you should make an official motion to amend the letter.
I would move to amend the letter as noted in this presentation of it.
I'll second that while pointing out that Katie Faulkner's name is misspelled. There's a U in her.
That's my fault.
Okay, not me. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so moved and seconded.
I guess, is there any discussion on this amendment? If not, we can call for a vote.
Claire, when do you get the public's chance to make a comment on this letter?
Once we've done the amendments, I think.
Correct.
Yeah. If the amendments are minor, then that's the right way to do it.
So Len, do you want to call the roll on the?
Call the letter. So if you to approve the amendment, it's aye and otherwise no. Jill?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle? Michelle?
Oh, yes, I said.
Dave?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
And I'm for it. Passes 7-0.
Okay. Is there any other amendment that's being proposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll leave the original letter up.
Okay, Dan?
Yes. I'm taking issue with the second paragraph on the second page. A minority of the council and community would like the CTMP to include studies of non-grade pedestrian crossings, either below or above Highway 1, other than overhead crossings near 16th and Montera. I don't think that it's appropriate to say a minority of the council and the community. There really has been no, clear an account of this, other than my 1,000 signature petition that 1,000 people signed a petition to look for a feasibility study for a underpass at Graywell Cove.
Dan, are you making an argument or a motion?
I'm making a position. Okay.
Are you proposing an amendment
for why this is? It's not fair to say a minority of the council and the community. It's just
how would you like to
inaccurate. I'm making the statement that that's inaccurate. Okay?
Well,
so now I want to make a motion that that the first three words of this is removed, and looking for a second.
Okay. Is there a second?
I will point out that implies a majority before we vote.
Okay. So is there a second on Dan's?
Well, if you want to dice this up.
I'm asking for a second. You've made your motion. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none, we will not vote on that.
Okay, well, it's inaccurate. So
okay.
it can't move forward the way it's written. It's just plainly inaccurate. It's a lie.
You can vote against it, Dan. And
it's a lie. You cannot say, you cannot say a minority of the community. You cannot say that. There has been no accurate account.
Okay.
Other than my 1,000 signature petition.
Can I make a comment here, Claire?
Sure.
The point of error here is the phrasing here is would like the CTMP to include studies of non-grade crossings. Basically, the major objection is that it does not belong in the CTMP. I discussed it at the meeting. I did receive a letter from another member who was supporting this view, and I take it from his letter that he understood that distinction, and it's really not a part of the CTMP, but upcoming contracts that are already in place will provide an opportunity to explore that. So I think it stands just on that basis to be appropriate. And the community member was Rob, if he cares to speak. He's welcome to.
Well, we already do not have a second on this, so it can be discussed in the context of the total letter when we discuss the total letter.
I'm just trying, since Dan is basically saying that there's a falsehood there, I'm just putting that explanation in, but I would like to move on.
Well, as a point of order, could I just ask, this is the first I've heard that there was a 1,000 signature petition of residents. And I'm sorry, I didn't know that when this was drafted.
But just to be clear, it was residents and visitors.
And it wasn't on the Midcoast per se.
They were not all. Our bylaws of the Midcoast Community Council count visitors and users. Okay, so it's all part of the Midcoast Council bylaws.
Okay, before we get into debating the letter itself, since we don't have a motion on the floor to do any amendments at the moment.
I do. I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a couple minor changes to what was the third paragraph, which I believe is now the fourth paragraph, starting with the community is concerned that the remains focused. There's a word missing there between the and remains, I believe. So the
that got lost
project,
it should be CTMP.
The CTMP. Okay, so my motion would be to add that in. And then we did have a lot of community members speak at the previous meeting. I really appreciate that this safe routes to school point was mentioned here, but I just wanted to elaborate a little bit further in the last paragraph to say the community would like additional safe routes to school projects around Farallon View and El Granada schools to be accelerated. I believe there's two parts of it, right? There's additional projects, and then I would like the projects to be accelerated. So something like that. Would like additional safe routes to school projects around Farallon View and El Granada schools to be accelerated. Is my draft proposal.
So do you want to make a motion to amend it?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend those two things in that paragraph.
Second.
Are we clear on what you're asking?
I think Glenn is typing it right now.
Okay.
While he's typing, Claire, would I be able to make a suggested amendment, or is it only for council members?
Only council members can move for an amendment, but you can suggest the one.
So
once we get to public comment.
I didn't hear that, so two people were talking. I'll just wait my turn.
Yeah.
So
when we get on.
Did you make that as a motion, Michelle?
Yes, there was a motion and I heard a second. I'm not sure who it was from, maybe Jill.
Who was the second?
Yes, Jill was the second.
Okay, thanks.
Discussion on that motion? Then could we call for?
I do have some discussion. I didn't hear any requests for additional projects, and I'm a little bit leery of asking for additional projects that are not defined.
So Dave, I'm already working with the superintendent of schools and the school crossing coordinator at Farallon View and in correspondence with the Department of Public Works to request traffic signage, part of which was already included in the CTMP, and we're going to add to that in our request. The exact definition of which streets is pending. I should have that put together within a week. Now, the issue is
it's not defined in this letter. And
that's true, but I view it as a detail that we don't need to elaborate exactly which intersection what signs.
This is a comment on the very final draft. and to ask that more projects be added after the very final draft is done is something I'm very, very leery about.
I wonder if it's not that it's more projects, but it's additional routes. So one thing we could change is say the community would like additional safe routes to school around, or additional safe routes to school around Fairlawn View and El Granada.
But those are the only two schools. Why bother to mention them?
Well, I think the point that I want to say here, and we can debate what the actual words are, but that there weren't enough stop signs proposed, there weren't enough routes proposed or in the projects that were part of the Connected Coastside plan. So I don't know if it's additional projects. What we need is additional stop signs and additional sidewalks and additional, ways for children to get to school safely.
What about just?
But that's not part of Connect the Coastside. It's not part of CTMP. It is a school, which they incorporated in the final draft of the CTMP, but it's not strictly part of the CTMP charter. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Okay.
So we have movement seconded already.
Okay. Are we ready to call for a vote on this?
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Jill? Just to be clear, we've inserted the correction CTMP and added the phrase around Fairlawn View and El Granada to be accelerated as the amendment. So Jill?
Okay.
Well, wait. The amendment is just the second part. The CTMP was just a typo.
Okay.
Len, can you state the amendment, please?
The amendment is to add to the final sentence of the third paragraph, the phrase around Fairlawn View and El Granada to be accelerated. That is, it would read, the community would like additional safe route to school projects around Fairlawn View and El Granada to be accelerated.
Yes.
Dan?
Based on the fact that this is, questions were raised that this is not in alignment with the original purpose of the Connect the Coastside. It's kind of a side. I think it does distract. It's certainly a valuable thing to look at in the future. So the vote is no.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dave?
No.
Greg?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Myself, yes, it passes 5-2.
Okay. Okay, are we ready for public comment? I think we are.
Wait.
No?
Were there any other clarifying questions on this from the council before we go to public?
Not from the council, but there was one from Kimberly Williams in the chat.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. And I think, well, whatever. We'll get to it. JQ, please.
Yeah, hi. First thing I'm noticing is I thought you moved that last paragraph up to the second paragraph, and that's not
I did.
in this draft you're showing right now.
Well, so what I can do here, go over here, drop it into this one, which we passed, and now it's actually
The fourth paragraph now.
fourth paragraph here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Okay. And then I have a few more comments as well. Going down to the paragraph that starts with there's mixed opinion within the community and council about roundabouts. I understand that the council, it may be a majority opinion on the council that they like roundabouts, but I don't know that that's necessarily established within the community. In fact, that's not consistent with what we've been hearing through Midcoast Eco. A lot of people seem to be wary of roundabouts in terms of slowing down traffic on the coast side. And my personal opinion is I'm still wary of them. I'm not opposed to them. I actually want to wait and see what the intersection control evaluation study says to see if it makes sense or not for each intersection. I do, like it says in that last sentence, have concerns about multiple roundabouts close to each other. So I like that comment in there. And then moving down further, the paragraph that begins with the absence of any form of lot retirement increases the build-out impact on traffic. And then you have a comment in there about a lot retirement program, independent of specific development funded by increased development traffic mitigation fees. Is that a new idea? I don't recall hearing that before. It sounds like an interesting idea. I'd like to hear more about it. And also, I'd wonder, not necessarily as part of this letter, but I'd wonder how the council may want to pursue that and see if the county also wants to pursue it. And if we can get that either incorporated as an addendum to the CTMP or perhaps as a separate project, I'm not sure. But it seems like a good idea. And then moving down further, the paragraph that starts with a significant concern to the community about the long timeline. And at the end of that paragraph, you're recommending projects to be accelerated. You put down multimodal coastal trail and improved transit service. I agree with that. But I think safe crossings should be added to that too. I think that seems like something that should be prioritized for short term. And then finally, just a general comment, not on the letter itself, but I think I recall from the last meeting that someone mentioned inviting Caltrans or a Caltrans representative at some future meeting, which I thought was a great idea. I didn't really see that on the agenda for future meetings, but I hope you still have that in mind, because it'd be ideal if you could invite a Caltrans rep, preferably one that can actually review the Connect Coastside plan and then compare and contrast elements of that with what Caltrans' vision is for the future of Highway 1 on the Midcoast. I think that would be great. I would look forward to seeing that. So that's all I have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And Len, if you want to take any notes for us to consider further, feel free, or Dave, either one.
Yeah. Claire, would you like me to briefly address the lot retirement thing? I think we'll get a lot of comments about that. So the wording I put in there has not specifically been in any meeting that I know of, but words to that effect have been said in various MCC and planning pushed or planning run meetings on Connect the Coastside. So I synthesized the wording, but that's where that came from.
Okay, thank you.
Sid, can you make?
Yes, thank you, Claire. One of the things that somebody brought up, I think it was JQ, that he didn't think there was a consensus that the Midcoasters wanted roundabouts, but I do think there was a consensus that we do not want traffic signals like Half Moon Bay, where you're stopping every 2 seconds and then like an accordion have to wait and wait just maybe for one car to leave Frenchman's Creek and then finally lurch ahead. I think that's worse than having to stop just for a minute, pause actually, while somebody enters a roundabout. But if they don't, I'd rather not see traffic signals. And if they put their hands down on a roundabout, I'd rather just see a center lane like they have in Montera for getting in and off the highway easier. But that's not what I would definitely want to say about what I would put in the letter. So I just was trying to let him know that I don't think there's too many people up this way that really want roundabouts. But the main thing I wanted to mention was that I think they should include in the letter itself something about the January 2022 Lake County rule now sets a legal precedent. And our county has continued to kick the emergency evacuation can further down the road. We just had a tsunami warning, and there's still always the problem of a fire, and they are totally negligent for just brushing it off and failing to address it. So I really think it's important that that become an element of the comprehensive traffic management of the Midcoast. And I really wish that you would include just a small sentence about that and include a link to the judge's ruling, how it's, now he's denied an entire major resort development because in fire-prone Lake County, they didn't make enough evacuation routes So thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Other than that, I really found the letter to be pretty pablum. You're not very strong wording on any of it. And, you know, I know there's not going to be any funding on most of this stuff, but I remember sitting through quite a few presentations. I'm wrapping it up now. I remember sitting through quite a few presentations by Joe LeClaire, making all kinds of things to be able to squeeze in that mid-pen project, but they don't want to fund anything. That they definitely need safe routes to school, at least if they squeeze that project in there, because those kids a lot of the families won't have cars and they'll have to walk to school.
That's good enough. We had this thing ready to go. It was on the website for several days. I'm
sorry, I was sick.
I'm sorry you were sick too. But some of the things that people are mentioning are actually in the letter. If you look closely, they're there. So rather than going back, this just isn't just for Sid, but just rather than going back and rehashing our opinions on what would be good to say in some other letter, can we focus on this one and try to get it approved so we can go on to do other business as well tonight?
Well, could you at least, when you mention the evacuation routes, put in the link to the lawsuit, the ruling, the judge's ruling this January in Lake County? Thank you.
Ann.
Did you call me? Let's go to the rest of the community, please, first.
We are, Ann, not Dan.
Oh, sorry. Hi, thank you so much. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice tonight. I was just going to say that I agree with JQ in that, particularly when it came to the roundabouts, that I don't feel that it was a community consensus that people do want the roundabouts. And especially, I've voiced my opposition many times, and I feel that it's not really fair to say that the entire community wants those. I think that part for me, and then I think otherwise, I feel that the letter is very good, and I want to thank you again for putting all this time and effort into doing this for our community, because we really do need a voice. We don't have much of a voice in the county as it stands, and so I just appreciate all of your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I do note that the letter says there's mixed opinions, so be that as it may. Chris.
Thanks, Claire. I know that some people would like to see more things in the letter or different things or slightly different wording, and I share some of those feelings, but I also want to commend the council because this thing's been going on for years, and this document right here is kind of a summary of the MCC's position on it, which also, I guess, reflects the community as well. But in my opinion, an incredibly difficult document to write, to summarize a program that's been going on for years with many, many meetings, different council members, different members of the county staff. So to summarize it in any kind of succinct way and hit the high notes, I think is a success. And so for that reason, I commend the council and I support the letter, specifically mentioning some things that, again, like hitting the high notes. We can't, otherwise it would be its own 200-page document. So hitting the high notes, thank you for mentioning the failure of the lot retirement program. From day one, it seemed like land management policy was going to be a big part of this. And then I remember the first draft that the county presented, there was nothing about land management policy. So thanks for mentioning that. I do share Dan's feelings about kind of the wording about above and below grade crossing from day one, going back to the mobility study and the safe crossings. For some reason, which I still don't understand, all of the government agencies have been against. We don't even want to talk about it. It's not within the scope. We can't discuss it here. There were meetings where Supervisor Horsley said, we cannot discuss this. So I don't understand what the resistance to above and below grade crossings has been and continues to be when it would clearly solve the two biggest problems we're dealing with, safety crossing the highway and traffic flow. So thank you for mentioning it, but I do think that the wording continues the history of discounting this idea. So, but I will let that go because I heard the discussion. And then I think it was mentioned in the last MCC meeting, maybe Len mentioned it, or maybe it was Dave, that there's no discussion of the possible, what's going to happen with Highway 1 with sea level rise and possible realignment. And so that just seems like we went through all these years of this and no mention of that. So those are just my nitpicky points, but the overall sentiment is thank you to the MCC for staying with this and for putting a historical document in the record that hits the high notes. So for that reason, I support the letter. Thank you, MCC, on that.
Thank you, Chris. There's also in the chat the question from Kimberly Williams, and I don't know if you're still on the call, Kimberly, if you want to expand on that. Something about the first sentence of the last paragraph not making sense.
Sure, Claire. It's just that last paragraph, that sentence, which is quite long, it's not clear to me if you're expressing a concern about those things or if you're saying that, you know, the things mentioned in the rest of the sentence are what you support. It's not clear to me what the intent of that sentence is.
That's Dave's sentence. Maybe he wants to speak to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it again now. So the intent of it was, remember the last meeting that people didn't, and in earlier meetings, that people were worried CTMP would just go away, be put on the shelf. So that's what the first phrase up to the comma is all about, living document and process. There's also a request for public tracking of individual projects, and the timely fashion part was also requested multiple times. And then the final phrase is echoing something that the planners said at, I think, the last presentation to the MCC, which was that the county planners look at the CTMP before they approve projects that affect the highway or any of the other things that are in the CTMP. So that's what it is trying to say. Whether it says it to somebody who has not done it, I don't know.
Okay, that makes sense. I guess maybe when I read it, it was a little unclear. So maybe it should say something like community and council members are concerned that the CTMP should remain a living document, or something that indicates that these are the things you want as opposed to these are things you might be concerned about for another reason. Or maybe it's just me and I'm the only one that is confused.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I had the word should in there multiple times and it's too weak. So that's why I dropped it, and must seemed too hard. I don't know, it might be clearer if we put a comma after a period after timely fashion, and then the next phrase turn into a new sentence that says, we request, or I'll let council decide if they want that.
Okay. Okay, one more person for public comment, and then we'll go back and try to finish up any suggestions that we want to incorporate or debate the letter before we vote on it. Rob, I think you have your hand up. Rob?
Hello. I'm going to address the issue of the underpass in Moss Beach, or the possibility. I sent in comments late today. Apologize for that. So regarding the paragraph, a minority of the council and the community would like CTMP to include studies of non-grade pedestrian crossings, either below or above Highway 1, other than the overhead crossings near 16th and Montera. I think this paragraph has some serious some problems. In my opinion, the issue is not that there should be a study of a Moss Beach underpass in the CTMP. It's too late. It's too late for that. So that makes the paragraph and what's stated there almost irrelevant. However, I'd like to see the MCC letter simply request that the county report notes that there has been community interest in having the feasibility of an undercrossing in Moss Beach considered. This is just to learn. And I, aside, I think it seems appropriate that the upcoming corridor study would be a good venue for an underpass feasibility study. Regarding the use of the word minority that was discussed earlier, it just doesn't make sense to me. If there's been any discussion in MCC meetings amongst the board members regarding interest in learning more about an underpass, that is having a feasibility study, I'm not aware of it. So how could, it just doesn't make sense unless you're going to discuss whether you want to learn more and take a vote. I just can't imagine, because you're such a, excellent deliberative body, that you would not want to learn more. But if if you're going to come out and say minority of the council doesn't want to learn more about it, well, sure, vote on that. I just don't think that would be true. I think you would want to learn more. And likewise, there's been no official survey of the community regarding the desire for an underpass feasibility study. It's just inappropriate, and it kind of denigrates the whole concept. This paragraph just puts it down. The point is, we're not looking for somebody to say, I want an overpass or I want an underpass. We should want to learn more as a community, because in the big picture, I think if you took a survey, whether you want to go up to the north of town and go over a bridge and then come back and across the roundabout to get from Central Moss Beach over to El Gran, I think you're going to find the community would prefer to put the crossing in the middle of, where it will be used. So that's my thought. I think this paragraph is seriously flawed and should be revised. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Let's take it back to the council.
So Claire, let me address the wording here, since it's come up twice now. So this is based on the last meeting we had, as well as numerous other meetings where we had people say, we know that there's nothing about undercrossings or overpasses, because both were asked for by different people at different times, and multiple people, not just one. At least do a study of it. And at this last meeting in particular, people were saying they should have at least done a study. And that's where that came from. The minority comes from, of the people who expressed an opinion, it was a minority who wanted that.
This letter should reflect the whole process. It should reflect the whole.
Let me finish. So that's where that came from. It's very clear majority of the council did not want to do those studies because we just kept saying no. The community, that was the sense I got. There was only a minority that wanted to pursue that. If the rest of the council wants to drop that, we already had one vote for an amendment on that failed. So that's where it came from. I'm not trying to short circuit anything or put anybody down. I'm just saying that's how I got to that wording.
I have a proposed amendment to deal with that. I don't have the letter up on the screen anymore, at least not on mine. But instead of saying a minority of the council and the community, if we just say some people in the community and council have expressed an interest.
I second that.
Yeah, just like that. That sounds fine.
I think in is required before that.
I would second that amendment.
Do you have another note on that, Michelle?
No, I just seconded it. I think it looks
okay.
Good.
So that was Michelle made the motion and
so Claire made the motion and I seconded it.
Claire.
And then
Michelle. Okay. Okay, very good. You want to have a vote on that?
We're ready to.
Okay, the motion is to alter the paragraph as shown here so that it reads, some people on the council and in the community would like the CTMP to include studies, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Start the roll. We'll start at the other end. So I'll vote yes. Claire?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Passes 7-0. I'd like to make a comment at this point.
Yes.
So the attention I want to draw to people here of where I see this going in an important sense is this sentence right here. We look forward to working with county agencies, Caltrans, and the Midcoast community in advancing improvements to this traffic corridor. And if you were to look at the executive summary, it has other recommendations include and finishes with regularly reporting on Connect the Coastside's implementation. I've had a series of discussions with Shonda Singh. She's our senior transportation planner to try to put more specifics in this. And I have agreement with her to work on a plan that basically says that the people referred to in our letter here would meet twice a year to look at, and this would include Caltrans, to look at the projects and try to move them ahead, to look at what's needed in a concrete sense and reference particular projects to do that. She's supportive of that, and I can believe we can get support there. And the thing, I want everybody to recognize that until Shonda arrived, we did not have a full-time permanent employee responsible for this area. So I think she has really done a good job. But to move forward, and this is to the point of what belongs in the CTMP, many of the things we're talking about don't really belong in the CTP. For example, both the undercrossing in Moss Beach and roundabouts need to come forward in the project initiation study that's already funded, and Shonda represents our interest there. So that's where these things really would come up concretely. And to echo what Chris said, we've really talked about this enough. We could spend even more time now, but it's whether we have this type of relationship and feedback that I believe is most important. So that's why I would like the council to halt the conversation, approve it unanimously, which we really need in terms of showing support. And I certainly believe it can come forward with specifics on putting this type of process in place. At first, I thought to include it in the letter, but there really wasn't time. It wasn't appropriate, but I believe there's positive feedback. So that's my pitch to move forward on a vote.
Okay, so you're calling the question?
I'd like to do that, yes.
Okay, so what do we do with that when the question is called?
We take a vote.
Okay, well, go for it.
Okay, so this is a vote to approve it with what's said there, and hopefully you heard what I was trying to say about the future.
So I don't get to comment.
Wait. If you want to call the question, we have to vote on that. I know that there's people who haven't spoken yet. So.
Understand.
We've closed public comment too.
So vote to call the question. Jill?
Yes.
Dan?
No, I want to have the rest.
I heard you, Dan. Michelle?
No.
Dave?
No.
Greg?
No.
Claire?
Yes.
Me, yes. It fails, 4-3-4. So the question is open for more discussion. Go ahead, Claire.
No, Greg is next.
No, I didn't. You're just calling on people.
So I want to, and I did not coordinate with Chris Johnson on this, but I want to second what he was saying. As Dave and Len know, I submitted extensive comments which were not included in this letter, including the fact that I think the planning is backwards if you don't first consider the future of Highway 1 and don't forget the pressurized sewer line under the SAM plant. For instance, if we're going to build roundabouts on top of it, it's going to cost millions more. Why not first decide where we're putting SAM in the highway, then do this? Obviously, there are a lot of short-term things like safe school crossings that need to be done and should be done now. But if we're talking a time horizon that includes 30 years, I think this could be done better and more comprehensively. I have a bunch of other comments that I'm not going to burden the council with, because in the sense of what Chris said, I think we need to agree on something. And there's a lot of stuff in here that we do agree on. And I did get some changes made on behalf of the community that brought them to my attention. I am happy to write an additional letter on my own and enlist members of the community and the council, if they want, in helping produce it. However, the deadline for comments, I'm advised, is now. So I think we need to get this done. And I can write a separate letter to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors with the input of other members of the community, and we don't have to spend all our time, debating it here. So that's my comment. I'm in favor of moving forward with the letter. More to follow.
I don't see any other hands up on the council. Maybe I should go around and ask.
I just raised my hand. I did want to point out that the very last sentence in this document is conditional depending on how the vote goes. So I just want to point out, in my opinion, it's an automatic removal if the vote's not unanimous.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Okay, let me just go around the council, see if there are any other final comments that people want to raise. Start with Michelle.
No, I support the letter as is. I don't have any additional comments.
Dan?
Spirit of time, I'm going to pass.
Okay, Jill?
I have no comments.
Len?
No comments.
Dave?
Nothing else. Although I'll point, there's still one community member.
Yeah, we had stopped public comment, but I guess, Dolores, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're thinking?
Thank you. I definitely agree with what Chris Johnson had to say. I think this letter covers a lot of ground, and I'm grateful to the council and to all the people who contributed their time and effort. I do think, though, that what bothers a lot of us is some of this longer term lot retirement, and the fact that what's in the build out, if you were to do it, is really not something that's sustainable by the infrastructure as it is. And you mentioned that with the exception of the work on, I believe you said transit and plans for that, you were concerned about this. But I want to add that maybe in the second paragraph, you want to add SamTrans to the group of agencies that need to be worked with, because I read the timing on this, and when you get down to the transit improvements, only phase one is in the near term, in the 0 to 7 years. And that's just collaboration. Project initiation is out in the 8 to 16 year time frame. That's a long time from now for any improvements to transit. And I just thought maybe this is a good place to add it. It needs a little oomph somewhere. Not that I have a lot of hope, because we just don't have the ridership, but it would be nice to have that in here. That's it. But anyway, thank you. And let's see what happens.
Okay. Rob has already spoken. We are in a tight time frame. I'd like to call the question again. Let's see if we're ready to vote.
Okay, we'll have the question called. I'll go through the vote again. I'll start with myself. I would say yes. Claire?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
And Jill?
Yes.
Okay, I think that puts us ready to vote on it. Dolores did bring up a point which I typed in here, but we did not get to consider it, so I'll remove it. But we heard its spirit. This is vote to approve the letter as currently written. I would like to go down the list, starting with Michelle.
Yes.
Dan.
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
myself, yes, passes 7-0. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Wow.
I have
Thank
a
you all.
request online here for somebody that wants to take a break. What is the sense of people? Do you want to do that or do we should just keep going?
We're going to have a long one. I'd certainly like a few minutes.
Okay, so why don't we, it's 8:30, let's come back at 8:35.
Very good.
Recording stopped.
Len are all back. Jill, you're here. Dan is here. I guess we can start back up. The next item on the agenda is the comment letter for planning on the pilot off-leash dog walking project. I'm going to start off by letting you know what the focus is in discussing this. This project has been studied for several years. The MCC has had an official representative, Chris Johnson, to what was then known as the Dog Project. And the MCC was generally supportive of a trial of off-leash dog walking at Quarry Park and at another park away from the coast side. This item comes to us tonight from the Planning Department. One of the roles of the MCC is that we are asked to comment on proposed development prior to decisions of planning. This is, across the board. When we are asked to comment on a proposal that seems to have significant impact on the community, it is put on the agenda for the entire council to write a comment letter rather than just a small committee writing a letter. The MCC has no authority to approve or deny any project. In this case, the Board of Supervisors has already okayed the plan and its environmental statements, but planning has not. This is somewhat unusual. The purpose of our proposed letter is to respond to the proposed CDP and is focused on that plan and not on the bigger question of whether dogs should be off leash at all. There has been a huge amount of community input on this item. I'll let you know just right off that we've had 193 letters and emails from people regarding this item, and 100 of them have been against the dog walking proposal. 92 of them have been in favor, and 1 was non-committal. So you can see there's a lot of interest. I see there's a lot of people here tonight, not 100 though, not 200. There will need to be some limits on time for comments, and we'll come to that later, in order to give us time to make a decision about our comment letter prior to the meeting of the Planning Commission, which is coming up. So here's how I expect to proceed. There will be a brief presentation on the actual pilot project by Nicholas Calderon from County Parks to explain what the program is that we're talking about. We will then introduce 1 or 2 comment letters to the council that the council has written and proposed to send to planning. And we'll go through various procedures to get them ready for consideration and to answer appropriate council questions. It may be a little bit complicated because we now have 2 letters. We used to just have 1. After that, we'll open it for public comment. I'll have introductory remarks for that. And after that, the council will debate and vote on the letter that they will send. So hopefully that's clear. Having said that, let's see. Not sure whether I think we're going to Nicholas first and introducing the letter after Nicholas speaks. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So Nicholas is the head, I believe, of County Parks and has information on what the project actually consists of. So if you want to take that, Nicholas, please do.
Yeah, Claire, thank you so much. Would I be able to share my screen by any chance?
Yes, I will give you that capability right now.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
But I'm not seeing what you're logged in as. Who are you logged in as?
Nicholas J. Calderon.
Huh. There you are. All right, you should be good to go.
Perfect. Give me 1 second. Just need to put it in presentation mode. Okay. Sorry about that. So good evening. Again, my name is Nicholas Calderon, and I am the director of the San Mateo County Parks Department. And again, I'm here tonight to discuss the department's off-leash dog recreation pilot program. I I had an opening statement, but Claire pretty much covered all of it. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip on to the next slide. So as you may recall, the department was directed by the Board of Supervisors to develop a pilot program for off-leash dog recreation in the San Mateo County Park system. Dog recreation is certainly one of the most complex issues that park and open space agencies deal with. And there are a multitude of opinions and perspectives. And to ensure that these opinions and perspectives were properly considered, the Parks Department developed the Dog Pilot Project Work Group. This work group included Parks Department staff, Parks commissioners, representatives of local municipal advisory councils, and representatives of the dog owner, conservationist, mountain bike, and equestrian community. As Claire stated, Chris Johnson, who at the time was an active member of the Midcoast Community Council, was the MCC's representative and served in that role for many years. The work group held 13 meetings that were open to the public. And at each meeting, members of the public were allowed to provide verbal comments, as well as were allowed to send written comments if they were not able to participate. During these meetings, work group members and the public were able to hear one another's perspectives and used a consensus building process to develop its recommendation to the department for consideration. This robust public engagement process ensured that all perspectives and opinions were considered, weighed, and the discussion that occurred and the compromises that occurred is really heavily impacted the department's recommendation. Throughout the 13 meeting process, 126 comment letters were submitted to the department. Many of those were coastside residents. Of those 126, 111 supported expanded dog access and off-leash dog recreation, and 15 opposed expanded access and off-leash dog recreation. Most of the comments received in support of off-leash dog recreation focused on Pillar Point Bluff and Quarry Park, and really the fact that dog recreation and dog recreation had occurred at both those locations since before the county took ownership. Comments that opposed expanded access and off-leash recreation focused on conflicts between dogs and other users, primarily equestrians, and recreational displacement and conflicts with wildlife and the environment. Please note the chart in front of you, which shows that 126 comment letter does not include a petition signed by 254 individuals who were advocating for expanded dog access and off-leash access. While the department never verified those signatures, which is why it's not shown here, there's no reason to essentially doubt the legitimacy of those signatures. So using the work group's recommendation as a guide and considering impacts to other park users, natural resources, and wildlife, the department developed its pilot program. The pilot program would authorize off-leash dog recreation on specified trails at Pillar Point Bluff and Quarry Park for 12 months. Dog recreation has occurred in both of these parks and on these trails since well before the county owned them. And therefore, dogs would not be introduced to these parks for the first time. The manner in which they are allowed to legally recreate would just be expanding. This also means that any wildlife present at both parks has likely, to a degree, habituated to the presence of human recreation and dogs. Further, trails selected to pilot off-leash dog recreation on were done so because they're generally large enough to support passing recreationalists at a safe distance, largely located away from environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and provide for a variety of experiences for users. So at Quarry Park, the green trails show where we are proposing off-leash dog recreation. As you can see, it's widely throughout the park, and the orange trails represent where on-leash access would be required. And the on-leash areas are designated because they're either too narrow to support off-leash dog recreation, or they are adjacent to, or they cross into sensitive resources, specifically that reservoir. And so we want to keep off-leash dogs out of that area. As you can see, again, there are multiple different hiking experiences and routes that can be used, but also dogs would not be allowed within the playground. At Pillar Point Bluff, Off-leash recreation would be authorized on the trails highlighted in green. Orange would show where dogs would have to stay on leash. The two exceptions to off-leash access would be Pillar Point Bluff Trail and Ross's Cove Trail between postmarker 14 and 18. The reasons for these restrictions are Pillar Point Bluff Trail has wetlands between the trail and Airport Street, and Ross's Cove Trail is located adjacent to formal and informal access paths that lead down to Ross's Cove, which is a portion of the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. Requiring dogs to be on leash on these trails will help protect resources and wildlife. This is a really important time to highlight that dogs are not allowed on the beach at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. And off-leash access at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve is not included in the pilot program. With that said, past compliance is not perfect, and dogs have been found at Ross's Cove. This includes in 2018, when an off-leash dog killed a harbor seal pup. This event was unacceptable, has been universally condemned, and again, is just unacceptable. There's really no other way to say it. It's important to note that since that incident and since the department has launched its education campaign, we have seen year over year a decrease in dogs at Ross's Cove based on department observations. At the November 9th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, as part of its approval of the pilot program, the board amended the county ordinance code to allow for legal off-leash dog recreation on designated and signed areas in the county park system. The county ordinance code clearly specifies that all dogs must be under voice and sight control. Dogs must remain on specified trails and within view and earshot and no more than 25 feet from the owner or handler. And dogs must stay on leash in developed areas. It also specifies that no more than 2 dogs off leash per owner. The ordinance also defines what it means to not have your dog under voice and sight control. As you can see, these provisions are drafted to make sure that people have control of their dog and that dogs are not hurting or harassing wildlife or other park users. And while the ordinance has clear standards, park rangers have the ability to use their discretion. A great example of this is if someone has an older dog that returns when recalled, but it takes 15 seconds for the dog to reach them, that is not an incident in which a citation would be issued. The dog recalled when it was told to do so. It just happens to move a little bit slower because it's a little bit older. But if someone has a dog that doesn't return when it's recalled, the owner or the handler has been warned, that is a citable situation and offense. With all that said, the department continues to maintain that education is the best way to gain compliance. And we have seen in recent years that the more we're able to educate, the better compliance becomes. Lastly, an owner or handler of a dog must have physical control of their dog when approaching someone with a dog on leash or someone without a dog. It is well documented that a dog on leash will be defensive when approached by a dog off leash. This is because the on leash dog is restricted in their movement. This doesn't mean off leash dogs shouldn't be allowed, but instead that appropriate measures should be put in place to support both forms of recreation. Also, it should not be the responsibility of someone who is afraid of a dog or someone with a child who's afraid of a dog to have to yell 50 feet or 100 feet down trail to have someone else leash their dog. Prior to presenting the pilot program to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration, the department had to conduct a CEQA analysis. In accordance with CEQA, the department's consultants prepared an initial study which determined that a mitigated negative declaration was needed. The CEQA analysis covers both parks for the duration of the pilot program and should the use be authorized permanently. It does not provide CEQA clearance for any other park in the San Mateo County Park System. According to the ISM&D, the project would have no significant impacts, but there are 9 impacts that would be less than significant with implementation of mitigation measures. Much of this is because extensive dog access has occurred at both properties for decades, because of how the pilot program is crafted, and because the adaptive management plan, which I will discuss, allows the pilot to be self-mitigating. There are a lot of facts and misconceptions circulating regarding dog recreation and its impact on the environment. To inform our CEQA analysis and general knowledge, our consultants prepared a white paper by reviewing and summarizing research literature on this topic. Overall, results of the review indicated that human recreation and dog recreation both impact wildlife, and that while dog recreation typically has a greater impact, it is inconclusive that this pilot program will have a greater impact at Pillar Point Bluff and Quarry Park than human recreation, which includes people hiking, running, and mountain bikes, and that it is not necessarily adverse or permanent. It was also found that dogs off leash disturb wildlife, and as we discussed, while killings have occurred, they are rare. Lastly, documentation supported the fact that dog waste can have an adverse impact on water quality. For this reason, the department's adaptive management plan, which is included in the ISM&D, has monitoring protocols for all of these occasions. The purpose of the adaptive management plan is to ensure that any environmental impacts that may be created by off-leash dog recreation at Pillar Point Bluff or Quarry Park are minimized to the greatest extent possible, and that visitors with and without dogs are able to enjoy their experiences at these San Mateo County parks. As stated earlier, results of a white paper that reviewed and summarized literature on the environmental impacts of dog recreation in parks and open space did not definitively conclude that the pilot program will have a significantly greater impact on flora and fauna found at these parks than human recreation. Moreover, based on the location of known and observed ESHAs and rare, threatened, and endangered plant animal species, impacts of the pilot program are inconclusive, but projected to be less than significant pursuant to CEQA. Thus, it will be important for parks to monitor potential impacts with the adaptive management plan. Should during the course of our monitoring, the department identify environmental impacts or observe high rates of noncompliance, the adaptive management plan provides a mechanism to adjust management strategies to protect environmental resources and gain greater compliance. For example, if we find that people are not picking up after their dog, we may increase the number of dog waste stations present, add signage, or close a specific area to dogs. No management action will be taken without data to support that action, and actions will be commensurate to the impacts or noncompliance observed. For example, if a limited number of people are not picking up after their dog at Quarry Park, the entire pilot program would not be terminated. The adaptive management plan relies on these 8 indicators, which are each accompanied by a standard. Presence of dog waste is no more than 20 pieces of dog waste per park per month. Fecal coliform levels uses the Regional Water Quality Control Board levels, and we are working with the San Mateo Resource Conservation District to conduct the water monitoring and water testing and water quality testing and monitoring. Sorry about that. Harassment of wildlife is reported cases. We're not allowing any dogs to enter sensitive habitat areas. Dogs are not allowed to travel greater than 10 feet off trail, and 70% of parties with dogs must comply with the leash compliance in on-leash areas. We're also using the number 10 for cases of dog interactions with uninviting guests. The hope is that we will be exceeding all of these, and based on what we're seeing from our baseline monitoring so far to date, is that in some of these areas, we are seeing strong compliance, and in other areas, there's significant work that needs to be done. The process that is set out for this is that data will be collected on a 2-month period basis. So weekly, Parks Department staff will walk both Pillar Point Bluff and Quarry Park and record observations based on the indicators that I just discussed. Staff will monitor when they find dog waste on the ground, when they see dogs traveling off trail, when dogs are off leash in an on-leash area, and when they see dogs in sensitive habitat. The department will be placing signage and fencing around ESHAs, so users are aware of where these areas are and disturbance does not occur. Staff will also record when they see dogs harassing wildlife or other park visitors. For these metrics, we will also record verifiable complaints submitted to the department. So again, we will monitor data over a 2-month period. and publish those on our website. The first round of baseline monitoring has been published, and the second one will be published shortly. And we will look at where standards are being met and where standards are not being met. That information will be identified, posted on the website, and we'll do the second round of data collection. After the second round of data collection, we will again identify what standards are being met, which ones are not, and a warning will be posted. After the third round, if standards continue to be met, then we will reevaluate the standards and the adaptive management actions will take place. By reevaluating the standards, that is what I was referring to earlier, where certain areas could be closed off, more weigh stations may be added, more signage. We have to look at what the issues are that are being created and what we think the most feasible and responsible way of resolving that is. So I talked about early baseline data. So here's 2 data points. So what we can see is that dog waste at Pillar Point Bluff and Quarry Park for the months of July through October were both exceeding the 20 limit. And in November, it was below the 20 at Quarry, but it exceeded it at Pillar Point Bluff. December, we also saw both parks be below the 20 threshold. And at Pillar Point Bluff in September, we had 1 incident of a dog interacting with an unwelcoming visitor, and then we had 2 in October, whereas at Quarry Park, we had 2 in November and 1 in December. And when speaking with staff, most of those incidents are dogs either being more of a nuisance by barking or walking and approaching up to a visitor who was not welcoming it. With that said, while that is completely unacceptable, there were no incidences between dogs and other visitors. What we're showing here is monitoring period 1 versus monitoring period 2. So at Pillar Point Bluff, we saw an increase in dogs off leash in an on-leash area, and dogs in prohibited areas, we saw a decrease. We saw stable numbers for dogs off trail. We continue to see no harassment of wildlife, and we saw a slight increase in interactions between dogs and unwelcoming visitors. At Quarry Park, you'll see that the numbers are lower. We saw a decrease in dogs off leash in on-leash areas. We saw an increase from 0 to 1 of dogs in prohibited areas. Dogs off trail stayed the same, as did harassment of wildlife, and public conflicts went up, I believe, from 0 to 3. One of the points that I hear often is about recreational displacement, and that's why we included in the monitoring what we're observing from a user perspective. What I'm seeing is that 2/3 of visitors to both parks do not have dogs, and about 1/3 do have dogs. Dogs have been going to both parks for decades, well before the department took ownership and management. And it is known, certainly at this point as well, that if you go to either one of those locations, there will be dogs. To be clear, dogs on leash are certainly legally allowed at both those locations. We're not seeing a huge displacement occurring at either location at this time, but it's important that we continue to monitor so we can identify if something like that is occurring. But that is something that I continue to hear about, and thought that this data right here, while based solely off of 2 monitoring periods, was interesting for us, but also going to serve as baseline information. So here's the remaining process. We've done our analysis. We've gone to the Board of Supervisors. The board approved the pilot program, amended the ordinance code. And as Claire stated, today we're here to discuss consistency with the local coastal program and issuance of a coastal development permit. And that will be going to the Planning Commission in 2 weeks on February 9th. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
There may be questions that need to be asked at this point. I'd like to keep public comment until after we've actually introduced the letters. If you can ask Nicholas a question that does not involve public comment on your part, that would be fine, but please no opinions, no statements.
Do you want me to lower all hands so people can re-raise them later?
Yeah, that'd be fine. And I actually can't see anything except you, Dave. Not sure what's happened here. So
you're in speaker mode probably instead of gallery mode.
Maybe I should, well, why don't you go ahead and call on anybody that have a statement or question for us? What?
If you're on a Mac and you click the green button to make it not be displaying in full screen, you'll be able to see the speaker list.
Oh, I'm back. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so doesn't look like there's anybody with their hand raised at this point. Thank you, Nicholas. I hope this around. No, okay. Go ahead, Dan. This is just a question, not a statement.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. You mentioned a very important part is dog education. So I have a question, and that is, can you elaborate on what is being done to see that dog education is easily accessible and affordable to all dog owners?
Yeah, Dan, thank you for that question. So what we are working on right now is primarily interaction between the public and staff. What we've found is that oftentimes people who have their dogs in areas where they're not supposed to be are unaware of what the consequences of that action are. And I don't mean from the perspective of a financial fine. I mean more, it's not always understood why dogs have to stay on trail and in certain areas on leash. And so when my staff has an opportunity to educate the public, that is really the most effective form of education. And so it's very targeted. This isn't a broad campaign where we're sending mailers out. This is very targeted towards our parks and the people in our parks.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it might have been something to do with dog training programs, opportunities for new dog owners to easily have their dogs trained. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Christopher, you have a question?
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Terrific. I wanted to know whether over the 5 years of public input and development of this project, whether there was any representation or anybody reporting back to the Midcoast Community Council, to the Committee for Green Foothills, the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, and or the Surfrider Foundation. Have they had an opportunity prior to tonight to provide input?
Christopher, thank you for that question. So the first question, Chris Johnson, who's on this call right now and who spoke earlier, was the Midcoast Community Council representative. Not only was he bringing information back to the Midcoast Community Council, but Chris was an active member in the different work groups that were created to address this issue. So I guess the answer to that question, I would say, is absolutely yes. With regards to the later groups, Committee for Green Foothills, the Friends of Fitzgerald, Surfrider, I think those were the three you listed. This was a very open, public, transparent process. I had conversations with a number of those groups throughout the process, and representatives from those groups attended meetings, wrote letters. So yes, everyone was well aware of the conversations occurring and the recommendations that were being made over the multiple years.
Okay. Thank you. Janet, a question. We're having trouble hearing you.
Janet, I can't hear you, but I'm sorry, Claire, point of clarification for me. Are we in public comment period right now? Do you want me addressing these one at a time, or I apologize? I thought this was still with the commission.
These are specific things geared toward you. Questions on what you just presented. Just on that, and with no opinions. So it's not public comment, it's clarification from the public.
And you'd like me to address these one at a time, is that correct?
I think I would, yes.
Okay.
My question, can you hear me now, is do we know how San Mateo County compares with respect to Sonoma County or Contra Costa County or Marin County?
That's not part of the presentation, so we should get to that later.
Well, it's a question for Nicholas.
It's not a question. It's not part of the plan. Maybe what we should do is back off. And Nicholas, if you can stay around, can you stay around for the rest of the meeting?
Yeah, sorry, swallowed poorly. Yeah, Claire, I'm happy to, I'm happy to make sure that I'm here to provide information as necessary for an informed decision to be made.
Thank you. I think that's what we'll do. I don't want to not have anyone I don't want anyone not to have an opportunity to have their questions asked, but it is such a fine line between developing an argument and asking a question about the plan itself, which is what we wanted from Nicholas, was a description of the plan, that I think what we'll do is get our letters on the table officially, whatever we need to do to make that happen, and then turn it back to the community and have both statements and questions made at that point. So I need a little bit of guidance in how we're doing this with the two letters. Dave, can you help with that?
Yeah, because Jill developed her letter today and finalized it fairly late in the afternoon. We posted it on the website as an alternate letter. So those of you who want to see the letter can look at it on the website right now. And we used as an amended version of the letter, and that is a completely different letter. And if that is a seconded amendment, then we will vote on the amendment. And otherwise, we will, if it fails or doesn't get a second, then we go back to the original letter. And we'll do that part before public comment.
Okay, so is it appropriate for you, Dave, to introduce the first letter at this point?
Sure, I can introduce it. It has been posted. Those of you who haven't seen it, you can look at the MCC website, midcoastcommunitycouncil.org. What we are trying to focus on is specifically the issue of whether off-leash is good or bad, or on-leash is required or not. And we generally focus on Pillar Point. We addressed Quarry Park as being generally okay with that. And then we focused on specific issues we had with the CDP, including some information that we feel is missing from mitigated NECDAC. And I think that's it.
Okay, well, there are things that we requested, I believe, in the letter.
Yeah, I didn't really want to go through all of those one by one, but if you want me to, I'll pull up my letter and go through those.
I actually need guidance as to what we do next. I'm sorry, this is all totally prepared with one letter. And now that we have two letters, it's kind of like new territory here procedurally. And I am not sure that I understand the process of saying that Jill's letter is an amendment, because it's a totally different letter.
Well, that's really the only way we can address it, because it wasn't posted with the agenda packet.
Okay.
Yeah, and originally I just had text, but I was asked to put it on the letterhead to make it look more professional. But originally I just had text as an amendment.
Okay, so what we're dealing with then really is basically the original letter. And then Jill, you may end up offering some amendments to the original letter. Is that how we're looking at this?
Yeah, that's part of this answer.
In that case, in order. Yes.
I'm sorry, can I introduce the letter that I wrote? And
well, we need to have the motion on the table for the original letter first. You can offer yours as an amendment. So
I move we approve the original MCC letter for discussion.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. And now, Jill.
I would like to make an amendment to the letter and propose new text, which is in the alternative letter posted tonight.
So you're proposing the amendment to substitute what you wrote for what the original group wrote?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there a second for that?
I second.
Okay.
And now can I introduce the letter or discuss it?
Sure, I guess so.
Yeah, with not reading it, but you can certainly summarize it.
I'm not going to read it at all. So I'm just going to make a statement. First of all, I want to thank the community for the extensive comments sent to the MCC. This provides validation that this off-leash dog pilot program is an important topic to many of us, and that we should have been more vigilant in covering it, and I'm glad we're covering it now. There seems to be two opposing groups, those that support the off-leash dog pilot programs and those that support the Quarry Park off-leash dog pilot program, yet they oppose the pilot program at Pillar Point Bluff. So reading through emails and speaking to people I've met on the Pillar Point Bluff, I've found supporters of the off-leash dog pilot programs commonly state these reasons. Number one, dogs have been running off-leash in these areas for over 50 years and should be allowed to continue. Two, there's no sensitive habitat at the two proposed off-leash dog locations. Three, the Board of Supervisors already approved it. Four, my dog doesn't ever have any negative interactions with other people or dogs. Five, I've got a dog, but now I realize there's few places I can run her off leash without having to drive to Lindemar or Half Moon Bay. I need a local dog park. Six, it's good for my mental health to watch my dogs run and play off leash. Seven, there's no way dogs can get from Pillar Point Bluff down to the beach. If dogs are going down to the beach, it's only by the guidance of their bad owners. Eight, the demand for off-leash dog walking areas has increased. So if we don't add more off-leash county parks, more people will walk their dogs illegally in areas of protected natural resources. And lastly, the MCC has no right to send a letter to the San Mateo County Planning Commission or to the California Coastal Commission. There are those that oppose the off-leash dog pilot program, mainly at Pillar Point Bluff. And the following reasons were communicated to me. These aren't extensive. These are just a few of the more common ones or creative. Number one, off-leash dogs historically were used against minorities. Thus, off-leash dog parks would decrease park use by minorities. Two, approval of two new off-leash dog parks on the coast would bring in more visitors and increase traffic congestion. We already have full parking lots daily at the two dirt lots adjacent highly sensitive habitat of Pillar Point Marsh and Denniston Creek. Small lot off Airport Street isn't much better with overflow parking. occurring on the weekends. How will we accommodate more visitors? 3, Pillar Point Bluff is used by people with disabilities, often accompanied by service dogs. The service dogs belong to training organizations and are gifted to disabled persons with conditions. These service dogs must stay on leash when outdoors. They're not allowed at off-leash dog parks or around sick or unruly animals. These service dogs do a job. They assist a disabled person. They are bred to be gentle, friendly, and not to defend themselves if attacked by another dog. Turning Pillar Point Bluff into an off-leash dog park would detour people with disabilities from using the park. 4, Pillar Point Bluff is used by the elderly, the disabled, and families of small children. It's one of the few natural parks along the coast with an ADA-approved trail. Off-leash dogs would decrease these park visitors. 5, there's highly sensitive habitat surrounding the proposed Pillar Point Bluff. With documented observations of special status species, you can look on CNDDB or iNaturalist, including migratory birds of prey, peregrine falcon, osprey, white-tailed kite, American kestrel, and the federal and state endangered, fully protected San Francisco garter snake, as well as a thriving breeding population of the federally threatened California state species of special concern and coastside resident California red-legged frog. 6, dogs will enter off-leash areas at Pillar Point Bluff, threatening wildlife and degrading protected habitats. Dogs will use the existing informal trails that lead to highly sensitive habitats. There is nothing in place, no physical barriers to prevent dogs from leaving the area of the pilot program and entering these protected, no dog allowed habitat. 7, there's no enforcement and limited oversight from San Mateo County Parks on Pillar Point Bluff, and there are documented violations of the Marine Mammal Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in adjacent sensitive and protected habitat, mainly from off-leash dog attacks on harbor seals and seabirds.
Jill, could you cut to what your letter is stating and what you'd like us to consider?
Sure.
I think it's valuable, but I'd really like to focus on the letter.
Actually, I only have 2 more. But I can skip them if you want.
Yeah, it's not appropriate for you to be summarizing the public comment letters at this point.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for redirecting me. After hearing all these arguments, and I'm not saying they're extensive, there's almost 200 emails and they're divided half and half. But what I can see is Pillar Point Bluff is a huge point of contention with people. And I suggest that we pull it off the table. I'm not saying forever, but I'm saying for right now, we should pull it off the table and start with just Quarry Park as a test pilot program. There's little sensitive habitat there. Everybody's running their dogs already in the grassy meadows. Super easy to just drive up into a parking lot, park, get out, your dog's off leash. All of the playground equipment is enclosed by a heavy-duty steel fence with gates, so the families with children can walk in and be safe away from dogs. And the community garden is also fenced. So I compared Quarry Park with Pillar Point Bluff in my letter, just to show how different it is and just how much diversity there is at Pillar Point Bluff. I really think we need to just limit this pilot program to Quarry Park, and that's why I wrote this alternative letter. Thank you.
Thank you. So can you make a motion that you offer your letter as an amendment?
She did, and it was seconded.
She already did? Okay, we're waiting for a second then.
No, Dan seconded it.
Dan seconded. That's why we had the discussion.
Okay.
So now it's council discussion on the amendment only.
Okay, let me go around the council and for comments on the amendment only, starting with Greg.
Well, I've changed my mind on this as a result of the extensive feedback we've gotten. And it's interesting to note that a large percentage of the negative comments came from Menlo Park and Portola Valley, whereas the ones from local residents were substantially in favor. One of the bones of contention seems to be access to, I think it's called Ross Cove. I hiked it the other day just to see what we're talking about. And this off-leash pilot won't change that access. There certainly is a way down near the golf ball for irresponsible dog owners to get their dogs down there. But that's not changed by this pilot. And so, you know, following 6 years of work and the fact that this is a pilot, I'm in favor of keeping the pilot and let's see what happens for a year rather than making last minute changes because a group all of a sudden chose to get involved that apparently wasn't having an impact earlier in the process. But that I can only say that apparently because I wasn't involved. It was Chris Johnson. So I'm in favor of the letter that we're posting. And I do share concerns about whether it's going to work. The real issue in my mind is that we've overpopulated the county. We don't have enough open space and we're fighting with each other over a scrap of land. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Michelle, comments on the amendment?
On the amendment alone. So I was part of the original group that wrote the comment letter. I think that Jill made some really good updates in the letter. I actually thought that her points were very clear. The original letter was, I guess, a little bit more wishy-washy on what we thought should be done. Personally, I am not in favor of allowing dogs off leash at Pillar Point Bluff for the reasons stated in the letter, primarily the sensitive habitat, the additional visitors that I think that will bring to the coast, specifically to Pillar Point, and the fact that I think that allowing dogs off leash, certainly that, I think that's important to have in some places in the community, but I think that Quarry Park is a perfect place for that. And allowing that at Pillar Point Bluffs essentially makes that off limits for other members of the community. For me personally, my 5-year-old daughter is, for some reason, really scared of dogs. I'm not sure why. We had an incident last week on another hiking trail on the coast side where a dog was off leash running probably 100 feet away from its owner around kind of corners. Dog came up, really friendly golden retriever, excited, jumped up on me, jumped up on my daughter, freaked her out. She was screaming bloody murder, basically. And, a few 30 seconds later, so the owner came around the corner and it's like, oh, she's a friendly dog. And I agree, like dogs are friendly. But I've had too many times where dogs are just too far away from their owners. I know that the restrictions in this program are to have the dogs within 25 feet and under voice control. But, just too many times people aren't following the rules, just as people aren't following the rules currently on the Pillar Point Bluffs. So I like Jill's letter. I like the original letter too, but I actually think I prefer Jill's letter.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
I agree with Michelle.
Comments on Jill's letter?
Yeah, I agree with Michelle. We can move on.
Okay. Lynn?
Len, you're muted.
I'm unmuted. To clarify on this, we did not, this is the letter that was is now posted on our website is the second letter we're talking about. Is that right?
Yes, we're talking about the second letter that Jill wrote, which is offered as an amendment in place of the first letter.
So at this point, then, the question, if we vote and approve this, we will have no more consideration of the first letter, and this will become the letter considered. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then second, in doing this, we'll basically decide the fundamental issue because as best I can determine, there's a large majority of people who are in favor of off-leash in Quarry Park. So at that point, the only item left for us is to look at the wording of the second letter to see whether there's any revisions, etc. It seems to me that the only compromise position here that would satisfy some of the concerns is whether to have the first letter indicate that Quarry Park would go ahead immediately and there would be a reconsideration point after a certain period of time as to whether to extend it to Pillar Point. I myself favor that, basically that type of option. And that's not really offered in this consideration. So I'm still thinking that over.
Okay. Who am I missing besides me and Dave? Dave, I guess.
So I have a number of issues with Jill's letter. First of all, I don't think Quarry Park is a perfect place for off-leash dogs. I've been molested by dogs there. And basically they've given the whole park over to the dogs with the exception of a few small areas. Second, I think Jill's letter omits some of the concerns that we had about specific big deck issues. So if I am in the minority and we vote to go ahead with Jill's letter, I will be proposing some substantial rewrites of Jill's letter as amendments. So just that heads up on that.
Okay, well, Len brings up a really good procedural point, which is that what I was proposing to do is to have us get these letters on the table and then open public comment, which is still what we're going to do. But we will be perhaps talking about a totally different letter when I open public comment, maybe, depending how it goes. I helped write the original letter. I'm happy with it. I also really am very concerned about dogs on the bluffs. I also am aware that this has already passed the Board of Supervisors. I think it's a very complex situation, and I'm not going to wait till I vote to take an actual position on it. So I guess we're ready to vote on the amendment.
Well, I guess the question here is whether to have some substantive discussion about the second letter. We sort of conjoined it. It's really hard to figure this out. So I know there are many people. Are there any other special speakers, or is it just after Nicholas's talk we go to the larger audience who's there and may want to speak?
Yeah, that's anybody that wants to speak has to speak at public comment.
And
they cut off the questions to Nicholas before public comment. Then cut that off.
What?
I had a question for Nicholas, but you cut off questions to Nicholas, right?
That's correct. And Nicholas can be asked questions during public comment.
Well, the most obvious question to ask is comments from him about this proposal on the second letter.
I move that we go to public comment. Spirit of time.
Well,
No.
We have to decide what we're commenting on.
Yeah, we have to take care of this amendment so that we do know what we're commenting on. Did you have a specific question you thought that Nicholas could help the council with, Lynn?
I guess I'm interested in Nicholas commenting on my question, that if we were to go through a period on Quarry Park and then bring the other park forward, whether he sees that as an option that can be implemented.
Well, I think that's unfortunately more a question for, I think that's more a question for someone from planning and building as to how the permitting for something like that would occur. As been stated, right, the Board of Supervisors approved a specific pilot program. And so accordingly, I've been tasked with bringing that forward. If the MCC would like to see it done in a way that is one location first and the second location after, you'd have to probably put that in a letter, and it'd be up to the Planning Commission to figure out if they want to permit that, and if so, how they'd go about doing that.
That's exactly correct, I think, because that's all we're doing is putting a letter to the Planning Commission saying, here's what we would like. And then they'll have to figure out whether they can do it, whether they want to do it. Our job is just to say, here's what we would prefer.
Okay. Then, Nicholas, if you could put up the map that shows the trails on Pillar Point Bluff once, I think I have a question I want to frame, but I need to look at that map. And so the map itself does not show any areas where dogs are banned completely, but the bottom line is they're banned completely down on the actual beach. Is that right?
So the beach is part of Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, and that is correct. Dogs are not allowed there, period.
Okay. So in other words, nobody should be taking their dog to walk on the beach on leash.
Never.
Okay. So it seems like that provides a clear level of protection there. So we're not eliminating the dogs. It's just a no leash, and that the trail itself, the beach itself, will be fully protected. And what was the frequency of violations, that is, dogs on the beach with leashes?
Since our monitoring has started for this, where we're having someone out there doing just specific monitoring for the pilot program, it's been, I think over this last monitoring period, it was twice. And then over the last monitoring period, it was also twice. But that monitoring is not designed to be all inclusive, right? It's not setting up a camera and watching every second of every day. So to answer a question that's asking very specifically how many, we don't have that figure. I know there's other. Let's say that again, Len.
It confirms it does occur.
Oh yeah, no. You certainly could not deny that it occurs, and when it does, we do our best to use the resources we have available to engage with those individuals, educate them on the rules, why the rules are the way they are, and get them off the beach as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on the motion?
Well,
Michelle.
Ask a question, Nicholas. So as you probably know, there was a landslide on the Ross Cove Trail that prohibits people from being able to continue along that entire trail. And so they have to cross over to the I don't know the name of it because the map's not still up, but the other trail, and then kind of come back. What are the plans for signage? I didn't see any specific signs there, but there are, I believe, 2 or 3 different cross trails there that people commonly use and that are actually required to be used if you're walking along Ross Cove Trail since the landslide that occurred in December.
Michelle, I'm sorry. Kind of what's can you maybe restate the question, like the very specific question?
Okay, are you aware of the landslide that occurred along the Ross Cove Trail? And right now along that trail, it's just blocked off. There's not a way around it other than to cross back over to the main trail and then kind of come back. If you would put the map up, I can show you. There are cross trails between Ross Cove Trail and the adjacent trail.
Yeah.
And people have to go back and forth. And now that people, that people are required to go use those cross trails, it's going to make them much more prominent. And I didn't see any plans for signage between the trail that is on off leash and the trail that is, the cross trail that goes down to Ross's Cove Trail that's and on leash. Sorry, between the off leash and the on leash trails. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna have to update the signage plan, and we're gonna have to be very, very clear to, frankly, monitor that bluff edge in general. Aside from dogs, right? That's something that we're gonna have to be very careful to monitor and assess and make a determination over time as to what the appropriate determination is with regards to trails along that bluff edge. But if new signage locations are going to be required, then that's going to have to be because conditions on the ground have changed. Then that's going to have to be addressed with the Planning Commission at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to get to public comment, but we can't do that until we decide which letter we're addressing.
I disagree.
And I do have more comment as well. I don't know if anybody else in council.
Looks like Len has his hand up and also Dave.
Well, there are a lot of other people who did now. I basically, so could you, given the number of hands that are up, Claire, could you clarify what, basically, as I said, if we adopt a second letter, then we really move to consideration of Quarry Park and how it should be done there, right?
Well, whatever letter we adopt, whatever letter we move to, whatever letter we adopt at this point is not final. We've just, we're choosing one letter that we're going to work with and for the public to comment on that letter, and then we'll come back and probably modify that letter before we send it.
Well, but having accepted it, I guess the question is, if we then put forward an amendment to actually have somebody put it forward, I don't see how we'd have any discussion there. Members of the public wouldn't be able to comment at all on that.
Well, we have to discuss something. And I suspect that whichever letter we decide we're going to be discussing will probably end up being amended itself, most likely. But we can't even talk about that until we have one of them moved and seconded.
I think we can. We're talking about the agenda item. So I think
No, Dan, you're wrong. We can't. Not when it's this major difference.
Disagree.
The item is to approve a letter.
And we'd have a motion made, we have a motion seconded, we have an amendment made, amendment seconded. We need to decide which letter we're talking about.
Which means we have to dispose of the amendment first. And since the amendment is to replace the first letter, it's really important. So
I guess
it's important to hear the community.
It is, and I'd love to get to it.
And we should just go to it.
We can't.
I think we can. But I understand you disagree.
I disagree. I'm hoping that we can go ahead and vote on this amendment so that we can move to the community.
My question to the authors of the second letter is, if I look at the very last sentence, it says, therefore, we strongly oppose an off-leash dog walking program at Pillar Point Bluff. If they would accept an amendment that says, for the first year of the program in Quarry Park, we oppose it and we will then accept a reconsideration of it or something like that. That is, I'm not comfortable at this point in the process, shut the door with a vote that then really says there isn't anything substantive to discuss.
Yeah, but that's not the point, Len. So the point is which letter we are going to work with.
Okay, so
that makes a good point.
Just to confirm it then, if I pose I'm not saying I want to, but if I pose an amendment to the second letter that alters that last sentence, then that can be voted upon, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But not until this amendment's voted on.
No, I understand. So the door is not closed to some form of using that second letter to have a partial adoption of something.
Absolutely. Whichever letter we end up working with, the door is not closed on either one of them.
Okay.
Would it be one way could we handle this is for the people who propose this amendment to hold that motion from the table, then we consider the original letter and they could put that motion back on the table after public comment?
We could, but I don't think that gains us anything. It just causes even more confusion.
Well, I just feel like it would be great to hear from the community before we choose a path.
But we are not voting on the letter. We're only voting on the amendment to substitute Jill's letter for the original letter. That does not vote to approve the letter.
I understand.
I like the tactic that Michelle just proposed. That lets us get the public comment out before we decide whether to discuss and vote on the amendment. So pull the amendment, discuss the letter, and then propose amendments to the letter.
Yes.
We can do that. It's confusing when people start talking about the letters. And that's what some of the people are talking about the dog leash project in their comments, written comments so far. Some of them are talking about the CDP. Some of them are talking about the letter. Some of them are talking about the process. So I think to have two letters on the table simultaneously will cause massive confusion during public comment.
Can I revoke my motion for the amendment?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I revoke my motion for an amendment. Let's consider the original letter.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we can always amend the original letter.
Absolutely, including some of the content from Jill's letter.
Good. So what's the next step?
We open discussion now, right?
We have one thing that's on the table. It's been moved. It's been seconded. We're ready for.
Right, unless there's a council clarifying question on the letter itself, not commentary, not corrections, not changes, just clarifications. Okay. That's our normal process.
I think we're good. What I would like to have, unless somebody wants to jump in and say that, yes, we do need something with the council, is a count of how many people want to speak. Let me just say a couple of things. I was going to run through pretty much what Jill ran through with like leading comments that people have made so that people are aware that they don't necessarily need to say the same thing as everybody else has said. If you feel like someone else has said what you needed to say and you don't need to say it, then you can just say, I agree with so-and-so or skip it. But we do want to hear all the different things that people have to say. I think I'm going to give it so let's see how many people want to talk. Can somebody count all these hands that are up?
We have 16 non-council members with their hands raised right now. If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand. We're at 18, 19.
Okay. I'd like to give people 2.5 minutes. It seems like that would probably take us about an hour, and that seems reasonable. I would like to ask that people only speak once. And I do want to let you know that we are probably not going to be able to read letters that were sent to us. So if anyone sent a letter and was thinking that they would not speak, if you would just go ahead and speak, that would be preferable. So let's go with 2.5 minutes. And please be civil, please respect each other, please no name calling. We all want to try to figure this out and make the best decision for the community. So I think somebody's going to be keeping time, and I'll start up in my upper left-hand corner, which is Fran.
Before you do that, Claire, do you want this to be hard cut off at 2.5 minutes or a request to wrap up? I'm going to be the timekeeper unless things have changed. So I need to know what to do.
I would say, if it looks, let's maybe do it a little reminder just before 2.5 minutes and then cut off.
Okay.
Okay. Fran.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Well, I was hoping Nicholas would keep the map up, and I'd like to see the Quarry Park map. So Nicholas, are you still there?
I'm here, Fran. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Let me go ahead and share this with you.
I will say we don't want to keep the screen share the whole time spaces.
Yeah, I
Well,
hear you. Dave.
maybe, all right, because I'm wondering, okay, can it be made smaller? All right, Quarry Park, good. So off leash is the green, so there's a lot of it. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just wondering how you are going to enforce that they stay in the off leash area and don't just go all over. I see people they walk down the street with the dogs off leash, a lot of them. And as I think I've told you, people can't control their dogs on leash, let alone off leash. So I don't know how you're going to enforce that. Rangers are never around to see any of it. And I think you said, which I appreciate, no dogs in the park, in the playground area, tot lot, and that includes the 2 acres above the tot lot. That's all part of the playground for kids to play in, not for dogs to run around. So there's what, 600 acres now or 700 acres of open space and trails for the dogs. All we ask is a couple of the little area where the park is, no dogs allowed. They're going to ruin it for everybody else and for kids to be able to play and teams to play. So that's my request. But I want to know how it's going to get enforced, because it looks, they just come in with the dogs off leash and run all over the place.
Thank you, Fran. Sid Young.
Hi, thank you. I had some questions for Nicholas before you had the 2 letters. So let me ask. It kind of piggybacks exactly on what Fran had to say, and that's if San Mateo County or the Parks Commission is going to up their budget for enforcement, because a lot of times things happen when nobody's around. And one of the things, if some other egregious incident happens, but no one from the Park Service is there to witness it, is it not considered a violation because it wasn't being monitored that day? Those are my questions. And then I guess I wouldn't mind if they put it only in Quarry Park, because even if you went another year later and to bring it back, you're still going to have the same objections. And my objection, since I live in Seal Cove, is that I have seen with my own eyes coyotes, foxes, and bobcats. The coyotes have followed people down off the trail into Seal Cove who had dogs. So that's another. I know there's wildlife up there, and you kind of made it sound like they were, sweet little things in a habitat, but coyotes aren't that sweet. Anyway, I just wanted to bring up something that you guys might not be aware of. And the Board of Supervisors passed the stricter leash ordinance back with escalating fines for the repeat offenders. And that went into effect, or was supposed to go into effect, July of 2019. But then suddenly all the dog owning people in the community suddenly didn't want to have more enforcement, because they've been pretty lax about the enforcement up on the bluff. And I don't know about Quarry Park personally. And they whipped up this off-leash dog pilot program with county parks. But meanwhile, Peggy Jensen at the time deferred any enforcement. So that's why I really want to know from Nicholas about the enforcement. And I do want to say I'm not against dogs. It's the minority of dog owners who do not pick up after. I'm sorry, who do not pick up after their dog. And it's also the minority of dog owners that are lax about leashing their dogs. So I have been attacked when I had my goat on leash, and a golden retriever came around the corner out of sight of his owner and started scaring my goat off the trail and into the grass. Then the guy got mad at me because... I'm sorry, did you say my time's up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would just say I would rather you don't keep dogs up on the bluffs. And, they don't even really belong there on leashes the way I see it, but I know you can't really stop it.
Thank you, Sid.
You're welcome.
After people have made a statement, if you could lower your hands, that'll help me keep track of who's talked and who hasn't.
Can Nicholas answer my one question about the enforcement, though? Thank you.
I think this is going to come up a lot. I wonder if it would make sense for Nicholas for you to keep a list of things that you could respond to after people have talked.
I can do that, Claire.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's the question that's going to come up repeatedly. Nicole Scarry, please.
Hi, my name is Nicole Scarry, a COSI resident of 23 years. And for dogs to be well-adjusted members of our communities, they need a chance to run and play and socialize with their own kind as well as strangers. However, for most dogs and owners, this just can't always be done at the end of a 6-foot leash. To mentally and physically thrive in our society, it is crucial for dogs to have places to exercise naturally and interact with their environment. Let's make this clear. I and my fellow pro off-leash dog people 100% agree that no dog should be down at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve at all. This off-leash pilot on Pillow Point Bluff is so much more restrictive than what off-leash dogs have been doing for decades there without much issues. Only less than 2 miles of trails way north of Ross Cove, the easiest access down to the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, are designated as off-leash trails. Why does it have to be pro-off-leash or pro-wildlife and environment? These two factors are not mutually exclusive. I do not and will never condone any acts that will lead to the harm of any innocent creatures anywhere. Just like everyone else, I am disgusted with the seal incident that happened a few years ago at Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. Just like I am disgusted with all irresponsible, disrespectful, and lack of empathy humans for trophy hunting, for killing of exotic animals for their body parts, for killing of apex predators because we have taken over most of their natural habitats, for the captivity of marine mammals, elephants, big cats, and bears for our own entertainment, for trashing and polluting our oceans, killing countless sea creatures and seabirds, for the destruction of Earth's forests, for our own gain, for factory farming still when we know better, for littering, and so forth. Off-leash dogs are not the problem here. Us humans are. We need to be more respectful, more responsible, and have more empathy for all living things on Earth. We need to come together and work to be part of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Merrilees, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, San Mateo County, I'm on the Parks Commission, and I was a founding member of the Dog Committee. San Mateo County is an outlier in terms of how little dog access it provides. Before 2018, it didn't provide any. Now, if we approve this, it will provide 10%, which is, there will still be 16,000 acres of land where dogs are not allowed on leash or off leash in San Mateo County. When the county took the bluffs over, it didn't post no dogs allowed signs like it did in other parks. Marlene Finley decided that in order to alter a pre-existing recreational use, there needed to be a public process. And that's when the Parks Commission, Dogs Committee Subcommittee was formed. At the beginning of 2016, we discussed providing a place for people to walk their dogs unleashed for a time along a trail. The thought was, in order to keep people away from sensitive areas and enforce on-leash rules and on-leash areas, you need some place for them to go off-leash. Members of the equestrian community, the environmental community, the bicycle community, the MCC, parks rangers, county natural resources, as well as members of the public participated. All of our meetings were publicly noticed and open to the public. We've given regular updates at the MCC. In addition, we held evening community forums in community centers all over San Mateo County, inviting the public to share their views and participate in the process. The response, although not universal, was overwhelmingly in support of more dog access in county parks. This process carefully considers sensitive species and habitats. The committee in public, over many meetings with the help of Jerry Hearn, an environmental specialist, reviewed habitat maps and delineated specific trails in order to keep well away from sensitive areas. Half the households in San Mateo County have at least one dog. Much of the new housing that's being built is multifamily along transit corridors with no yards and no parks nearby. Your constituents have been participating in a public process for over 5 years. Every other parks district in the state has figured out how to do this. Please support this public process.
Thank you, Neil. Christina Diaz.
Yes, good night, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this process. With high respect to the commissioners and as well to the ones that are opposed to off-leash trails at Pillar Point, and being in my case for off-leash trails, and leash trails, so both of them. I wonder if you realize that by the data shown by Mr. Calderon, the 100 opposition letters that were received opposing off-leash might represent a 10% of the people that visit the dogs without parks, because it was around 1,200 or 1,100 people. While the people that walk with dogs were around 250, so 93 letters that you receive and emails represent 50%. So I'm wondering if 90% of the people that walk, bike, or run are are not opposite to this, to have a couple of trails where people can walk and leave the dogs off leash. Then I had a question to Mr. Calderon. When he showed the data of people, users, we have a group without dogs and a group with dogs. I wonder if it would be possible to break down, what percentage of the 1,000 people that go to Pillar Point without dogs are cyclists or horse riders and walkers or runners. Because what I see is that in the planning of the education and protocols, we need to include, we need to teach people how to approach when you're coming with a fast bike, how to approach when you are running, just for the protection and for the well-being of all the stakeholders that use this bike. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina. Sabrina Brennan.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to say that no public outreach regarding county parks meetings with the off-leash dog group was provided. The public wasn't notified. They didn't go around to other public agency meetings and update everybody about what was going on. There was literally no outreach. The Parks Director's presentation is not accurate. There is very little ranger staff at Pillar Point Bluff and no enforcement. His statistics are not scientific because data is not being collected with any regularity. I was attacked by an off-leash pit bull at Pillar Point Bluff. I sustained a deep puncture wound. The dog that attacked me could have killed a child. This is concerning. Please urge county parks to develop a coastside dog park away from marine mammals, mating and pupping habitat, and sensitive native plants, wildlife. Another aggressive dog incident, I should say, happened recently. Actually, it was a couple days ago. Videos published on YouTube. It's also published in the chat. And that was at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. This dog was off leash, just like the dog that attacked me. There are off leash dogs that are aggressive. Not all of the dogs are, but there are some. And it's not safe for our marine mammals, for wildlife, and for people and for children. For these reasons, we have to be sure that we're providing an opportunity for people to enjoy Pillar Point Bluff in a safe environment. And we also need to look out for the wildlife as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Sue Hawley.
Hi, thank you for listening to me. I am a volunteer with the Marine Mammal Center. I have been one since 2009 in rescue and animal care. I was also employed there in the dispatch department. I do also work as a wildlife tech, taking care of wildlife that comes in the San Mateo area. I'm speaking on my experience at these organizations and not as a representative of these organizations. The one thing I want to clarify is that the seal attack at Ross Cove was not by a dog that got loose on the bluff. These were people that took the dog down to the beach, walked past where the seals were all hauled out on the rocks, and on the way back, they were not paying attention. The dogs were off leash. It was documented by a couple. One of the people was a volunteer for the Marine Mammal Center. The other was an official videographer. They were there getting footage and just observing the animals. They were not there for any specific reason. There was not the first pup of the season or anything like that. They were horrified when they witnessed the attack. They called me. I had a ranger's number. I called the ranger. He responded right away, calling Fish and Wildlife as well as Peninsula Humane Society Animal Control, and we all converged on the scene. While we were converging on the scene, the woman of the couple on the beach took one of the dogs and up the trail and to the car, and the man was taken into custody, as was his dog, he was cited, he wasn't taken into custody when he came on the top of the trail. And that is how that happened. What the dog walking on Pillar Point Bluff doesn't have anything to do with what goes on in Ross Cove. Last year in 2021, there were 4 coyote attacks on pups, documented with a possible 5th one. Coyotes frequent the beach, as do fox, raccoon, and other wildlife. Also, there's more incidents of animals coming into rescue from human interaction and interference than from dog interaction or injuries, far more. And we're not talking about restricting people from any of these places that are causing it. There's a lot of, I'm done? My time up? All right, thanks. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sue. Amy Teza, am I saying your name correctly?
That's right. Thank you. I am a 24-year resident of Moss Beach, and I represent Coastside Dog, which is an advocacy group for dog owners. I love Pillar Point Bluff, and I've walked there for years, but it's not in general an environmentally sensitive area. We have decades of safe off-leash dog walking experience at this site, and the pilot program involves only 1.7 miles of trail and a 220-acre park. You're not asking for a dog park. We are asking to be able to walk our dogs off leash on trail with the restrictions that Nicholas Calderon gave. There has been a comprehensive environmental review done through the county, which apparently your letter completely ignores. These off-leash trails are not near sensitive habitats like Pillar Point Marsh or Denison Creek. Wetlands are excluded from the pilot and are nowhere near the off-leash trails. Migratory birds of prey are not at risk from dogs, nor is coastal scrub or prairie. Fitzgerald Marine Reserve is not actually accessible from the off-leash trails. Having 2 parks available on the coast side is actually desirable because it can mitigate any impact from the increase in dog walkers just heading towards one park. Those of us that walk regularly in Pillar Point Park, we consider ourselves stewards of the park. We clean up any trash that we may see along the trail, and we also talk to dog owners who may not understand the restrictions as far as not going down to the beach or not letting their off-leash dog run up to people. I think many of your people writing in are not familiar with Pillar Point Bluff, and I would like to suggest that you eliminate people outside the area who sent letters in. Green Foothills had a letter writing campaign. They misrepresented the dog incident on the bluff, and I'm sure they have a huge donor list who were outraged and sent in tons of letters. You're the Midcoast Community Council. You represent us. Please support your constituents and the off-leash dog pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Christopher Tyler.
I'm here. Sorry, a little slow on my button. I'm a 25-year resident of Moss Beach. I plan to spend my remaining years here. I'm a dog owner. My greatest pleasure in life has been walking our dog with my family and friends on the Pillar Point Bluffs. This replaced my former greatest pleasure, which was to walk through the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve with family and friends. But now I'm a dog owner and I can't go there anymore. And that's true of 90% of the San Mateo County trails. My dog is off limits. I submitted a letter a couple of days ago. I think it makes most of the arguments I'd like to make, and I asked that it be part of the record. But very simply, I'd like to make one argument. The proposal before the council is to perform a pilot and a scientific study. The proposal has been extensively reviewed with public input over the past 5 years, and a 15 or minute or 2 hour consideration of a letter to submit, I think is unfair when set up against a 5-year effort. The proposal has been extensively reviewed with public input, 5 years by the San Mateo County Parks and Rec. And up until a couple of days ago, as has already been commented on, the support for this project was overwhelmingly positive. And in the last couple of days, there's been an avalanche of negative publicity as the result of an email campaign by an outside organization. And quite honestly, I support this outside organization, the Committee for Green Foothills. I think they do wonderful work. I think they got it wrong on this. And I think they misuse their strength by trying to manipulate a local board such as the Midcoast Community Council with a giant outside campaign. I do ask that you represent us. That is your fiduciary duty, is to represent us locals, not provide a megaphone or amplify the opinions of others. I'm looking at the draft letter. I'm glad that its consideration has been taken off at this point, because it mentions things like the seal pup getting mauled. There is nothing about this proposal that talks about dogs on beaches. It references red-legged frogs. There is no red-legged frogs on the bluff top.
Time is up, Christopher. Sorry, I didn't give you the
I'm
warning.
hoping that no council member will sign off on any letter until you've walked the study area and stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down the 120
Christopher, your time is up. Please wrap
and
up.
realized that no man or beast could survive.
Thank you, Christopher. Betsy Caffel?
Excuse me, this is not about dogs on beaches. This is about a safe and sane walking area for the 40% or so.
Christopher, your time is up. We have a lot of people to speak.
Betsy Caffel, please.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. A lot of my points people have already addressed. But a few things I wanted to point out. I've attended quite a few of the meetings over the 5 years. And one of the meetings that I remember is that they had a vote to see what park rangers felt, whether or not they were in favor of this pilot program. And all of the park rangers had voted in favor except for one. And I just want to point that out because they're your front line dealing with the public. So they were in favor of that. And the other thing is it's been very upsetting for me in recent time that there has really been a lot of misinformation to cause a lot of emotion, cause a lot of confusion, and linking the Marine Fitzgerald with the Bluff-Top Park. And they are not the same. And all of the designated off-leash trails are nowhere near any of the access trails down to the beach. And so I was looking at the sunken area at the Bluff-Top Park. It's kind of in the center of the park between the Gene Lauder Trail and the bluffs, or the beach, I mean. And I walked through that area, and it's pretty difficult to get to the beach. But if you stand at the approved or designated off-leash park, you cannot even see the beach. And you're looking at over a football field distance to the water's edge. So lots of confusion that I find extremely disturbing. And this hate campaign against off-leash dogs has to be done based on facts. And I'm asking you to please consider this information. Also, I wanted to point out that the Blufftop Park is not a pristine park. It was historically used as a cattle ranch. And the two ponds that are in that area, the parks has said in the pilot program that they intend on putting signage and fencing to prevent dogs and people to go into these seasonal ponds. And so, all right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Betsy. Linda Ciotti, is that how you say your name?
Yes, actually, this is Tom Ciotti. I'm Linda's husband, and I happen to be the co-vice president of the Friends of Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. I'm also a 30-year resident of Montara, and I know the Bluffs very, very well. Let me say one thing. It's been indicated that Pillar Point Bluffs are something different than the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. That is not the case. The master plan contemplated the acquisition of the Pillar Point Bluffs, and they were actually acquired as an addition, expressly as an addition to the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. There was extensive studies, probably more than what have occurred with respect to this dog program when the master plan was put into effect. And the master plan basically says that you have no dogs anywhere in Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. That would include the Pillar Point Bluffs, which is an addition, except on the California Coastal Trail. So the Parks Department is obligated to protect the natural resources throughout Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, regardless of whether it's sensitive habitat or not. And Nicholas indicated that, he said that there was a decreasing amount of violations. Well, we actually, three of us went and looked at the Rangers logs, the FMR Rangers logs. In 2018, there were 41 violations on Pillar Point Bluff. There were 20 violations at Ross's Cove. The only way you can get there is from Pillar Point Bluffs. Not only is that, there were 34 violations at Seal Cove. There were 34 violations on the Bluff Trail at
30 seconds, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
You don't have to use it all. It's Christine Corwin.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christine Corwin, and as a member of the San Mateo County Parks Dog Work Group, I'm here tonight to urge the MCC to support the coastal development permit for the proposed 12-month off-leash pilot program at Quarry Park and Pillar Point Bluff. The off-leash pilots plan is a result of a 4-year public process led by County Parks in conjunction with the multi-stakeholder dog work group. As head of Coastside Dog at the time, I was the only dog owner representative on the 10-member dog work group. It was a very diverse group composed of environmental, equestrian, mountain biking, and community group representatives such as the MCC's Chris Johnson, as well as 2 San Mateo County Parks Commissioners and 3 park rangers. Very well-respected environmentalist and Green Foothills Advisory Board member Jerry Hearn served as the environmental representative on the dog work group. The dog work group was required to reach consensus on every aspect of the off-leash pilot program, from the park sites to the trail plan to the off-leash rules. We were required to take public input at every single public meeting. And the public meetings were well attended. People took time off from work to come over to Redwood City, from our community to weigh in. People wrote comments, and there was overwhelming support for the off-leash pilots at Quarry Park and Pillar Point Bluff. Anyway, the dog work group, because we had to reach consensus, this required thorough discussion, studying of the issues, and compromise to reach a plan that all members support. we have before you the strictest off-leash dog rules in California. And I feel like a very, very solid plan that is supported by science and data, as well as the 239-page CEQA study that County Parks did with WRA Consulting. So I'm here today to basically ask, I know you're in an awkward position because you've been asked to weigh in on it by the Parks Commission, and the MCC the process is basically finished. So anyway, I hope you remain at the very least neutral, or if you have to send a letter, I hope you send the original letter, and just with the caveat that all of the concerns in there have been addressed via the process. I worry that people will not serve on committees or attend public meetings if, things can just be decided in a matter of minutes without any public input.
Time is up, Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Chris Johnson.
Thank you, Claire. So my name is Chris Johnson. I was on the MCC. While I was a member of the MCC, I was the MCC representative on the original dog committee. I continued to serve after I left the MCC as the liaison between the other iterations of that committee and the MCC, just as background. So many well-intentioned, honest, and credible people have dedicated years to get to this point, which is we have a set of management policies for dogs in county parks. Policies that address limits on the number of persons a dog can bring into the parks, picking up a poop, leashing rules, wildlife interaction, and more. We have also, during the course of this 6 years, successfully implemented an on-leash program in 5 different San Mateo County parks. And now, after 2 years of deliberation, we have established locations, rules, and evaluation criteria for an off-leash pilot program. It was not, as somebody mentioned earlier tonight, whipped up. This is a pilot program. It's an editable program. I believe that the community should support this program so that we can have actual data to inform future decisions about dogs off leash in county parks. I personally did not own a dog when I joined this committee 6 years ago. My goal was to work towards a solution on this issue for the greater good, because I know it is an issue that has plagued this community, specifically this community. Other places have figured it out. I feel proud of the committee's efforts toward our goal, and I'm disappointed that some folks want to throw away 6 years worth of time and effort without even giving the pilot program, as developed by county parks and the dog committee, a chance to be tested. I would also say that I am disappointed that both of the letters presented by the MCC have language in there that indicates that the MCC basically doesn't want the dogs on Pillar Point Bluff. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Doesn't want dogs on Pillar Point Bluff because that would bring more people to the parks. That is expressly against, as I understand it, the LCP and what county parks is trying to do with their parks. For these reasons, I do not support the changes and modifications proposed in either MCC letter, and frankly don't support either letter. Instead, I hope this pilot program, as currently constituted, will be given a chance to succeed. Thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you, Chris. Lenny Roberts.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lenny Roberts. I'm the legislative advocate for Green Foothills. I've done this job for several decades. I have also been very involved in off-leash dog issues in other locations. And as a representative of Green Foothills, you may not all know about us, but we have been around for 60 years. And our mission statement is we envision a resilient region where wildlife thrive, everyone has natural beauty to enjoy, and communities live in balance with nature. We support the pilot program that is at Quarry Park, and we would like to see a few trails, some trails not devoted to off-leash dogs so that everybody can enjoy Quarry Park. It doesn't have to be a large area, but we think there should be a little bit more available to people who don't want to be mingling with off-leash dogs. It is well known that the fourth highest phobia in the United States is phobia of dogs. So there are many people who will not go where there are uncontrolled dogs. And the Coastal Act requires full public access for all. So by allowing off-leash dogs at Pillar Point Bluff, it will certainly displace people who feel afraid of dogs or who just don't want to go there because they're there. So unfortunately, the consultants for the CEQA document for this off-leash dog pilot program did not do a thorough evaluation of the habitats at Pillar Point Bluff. And so there's a lot that remains to be evaluated. We pointed that out. So we support the letter that the council, the Midcoast Council has drafted. And we also support the alternative letter. I think either one would be fine. I think you both articulate well why Quarry Park is a fine choice, and Pillar Point Bluff is not. There are other alternative sites, I think both, and it would be very desirable to have some on the base side where 90% of the population of the county lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lenny. Catherine. Catherine?
There I am. First, I want to thank all the people who have worked and dedicated so much of their time for the last 5 years as a dog owner, and I can count on one hand the number of years that I have never had that I did not have a dog in my life. I was born into dogs, and I want to thank everyone because dogs are, as was said, dogs are an ever-increasing part of our social and familial matrix, particularly with the problems that are happening, crime problems that are happening. More and more people are getting dogs. And I think the comments have been very good. I agree with the Board of Supervisors. I agree with Nick. I agree with Chris and all the other folks who have spoken in support of this. And this is not about dog parks. We don't have dog parks here. Go look at what a real dog park is. We need them. We need them here. We need them on the other side of the hill. This is about joint use between different kinds of people and people with dogs. In Central Park, they have separate time periods for people with dogs on leash and people with dogs off leash, different times of day, and they're posted. And they're all over the internet. Maybe after this experiment is done, it's something we could talk about. But it works. And the other thing is about the dog little baggies. We need lots of garbage cans and posts with baggies in them. When I go up to the Incline Village, and there's a 10-acre dog park there, and half of it is a soccer field, so it's shared between soccer players and dogs off leash. And then the other half is a exercise park that's trails, and people have dogs on leash and off leash, and they get along quite well. So there are ways that this can be worked out, but the fear-mongering about dogs and people and children and all of that I'm hearing is really really destructive to the dialogue. And I would hope we can get away from the fear-mongering that I've heard from some and get back to the facts. But let's study different hours as part of this. I think there are compromises that can be made. It's not all or nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Kimberly Williams.
Hi, thanks, Claire. I'm Kimberly Williams. I'm the policy lead for the San Mateo County chapter of Surfrider Foundation. And I would also like to say that I'm a local resident of 15 years here on the coast side, Moss Beach and Montera. 8 of our chapter leaders are coastside residents. And as a representative of the Surfrider, I had attended 2 MCC meetings prior to this on this topic and 1 county supervisor's meeting. No one from County Parks has ever contacted Surfrider about this or outreach to us on this topic. I would like to say that we are in agreement with with Green Foothills. Many of us in Surfrider locally and across our membership have beloved canine family members. Our position on this issue is not reflective of how much we care about dogs. Surfrider opposes dogs off leash at Pillar Point Bluffs for two critical reasons. We are concerned that it would negatively impact the health, wildlife, and the nature of the bluffs, the marine reserve, and the marine protected areas. We do not feel that County Parks has made a good scientific case or collected good science data to prop this up. And we feel that this plan would impact unnecessarily access for some public users, which Lenny Roberts spoke about earlier, this displacement issue. It doesn't create a safe space for everyone to enjoy the park and bluffs, and Surfrider supports access to everyone. The bluffs and marine reserve should be an open and safe space for all, not just those who want to bring their pets. Opening the bluffs to dog recreation means excluding access to others who don't feel comfortable in the presence of dogs for any reason, especially families with small children. So Surfrider asked the MCC, we're comfortable with either of the letters that you presented here, and we support either of those letters. And one other thing I'd like to say is that at the public meetings that I attended, they were often volatile and people were disrespectful and bullying to those who were opposed to this proposal. And you need to create a safe space for everyone to comfortably comment on these things. And many people, especially neighbors, have not done so for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kimberly. Amy.
Yes, hello. My name is Amy, and I'm a resident of El Granada. I do want to say I'm disappointed that Surfrider does not support off-leash dogs, because I do support everything else that Surfrider does. I also want to point out that Green Foothills is located in Palo Alto, which is in Santa Clara County. So I'm disappointed that about the opposition when it's not even in the county that they are located in. We are San Mateo County here. I also want to mention that in my neighborhood, I have a golden doodle to the left of me, a rescue retriever who is very hyper to the right of me, and a boxer to the right of that, at the house next to that house. Across the street, we have a house with 2 large dogs, and used to have 3 large dogs. Everybody in our neighborhood has dogs, and I would like the MCC to consider who your constituents are and the neighbors that live around you. I also want to mention that the pilot program in San Mateo County, it also occurred due to a lot of frustration from not having any off-leash areas in San Mateo County for dogs. I do appreciate all the work that has been done these last couple of years, and they did look at many different locations before narrowing it down to these 2 locations. All the other counties around us have off-leash areas, including Fort Funston in San Francisco, Oyster Point Waterfront in East Bay, multiple off-leash dog beaches and trails in Marin County, off-leash hiking in Palo Alto, which is in Santa Clara County, off-leash beaches in Santa Cruz County and Carmel, and we just don't have it here in San Mateo County. So our county is very behind on this issue, and this is a need that residents have. I don't think all the dog owners should be punished.
30 seconds, Amy.
Sure. Should be punished due to a few extremely bad dog owners and dog incidents. So I do take issue with the continuing to distribute this disturbing video of what had happened. Most dogs are not like that. I'm a Sierra Club member for 15 years. I've called marine mammal twice for seals that were on the beach. Dog owners are stewards of marine life here. And so I think we can all coexist. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Peter Griffith. Peter?
Hello. So I think it's disgraceful that somebody would try to submit their own amendment letter and short circuit a 5+ year public process. So I'm glad they had the decency to withdraw that. So even though I do live on the other side of the hill, we do work with the Coastside Dog and San Francisco Dog. Our group ran a Christmas food drive. We donated to Coastside seniors. We're involved and only want fair access to county parks because 50% of houses have dogs now, and the default in county parks is no dogs at all. So we're delighted to see this pilot program, strongly supported. The opponents, like Lenny's group, they are well funded by the well-heeled over on this side of the bay. The equestrians in Portola Valley and Woodside who ride roughshod over the rest of us. And the reason there is not a second park on this side is because Hutterton, Wonderlick and Edgewood, the jewels of the county parks, are reserved for the equestrians with no dogs at all allowed. So that's unfair. I hope that the committee decides not to send any letter, but certainly the second letter was completely inappropriate. And that the people that do make the things dangerous on the bluffs, the surf riders are the ones that make the social trails down to the beaches. So I hope the committee does not send any letter, stays neutral.
30 seconds.
It is not influenced by these last-minute blow-ins who never contributed to the 5+ years process where Chris Johnson was on the committee day after day as a reasonable voice, a moderate voice that seemed to be right in the middle of where things should be. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter. I would say that I would like to avoid discussing other groups and other individuals and stick as much as possible to your own points. David?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am really perplexed by how this council, the process that you're using to write these letters and amendments. And you have a member, Chris Johnson, who was intimately involved in this process of county parks for the last 5 years. And my question is, have you consulted or engaged with him? Have you consulted or engaged with the county parks director who has made himself available to you? And the reason I ask this is because your data is not consistent with what county parks has presented. It's not consistent with the board meeting. It's not consistent with the Parks Commission meeting. And you appear to be susceptible to a very emotional email campaign by groups that lost. And now they're upset and they're sort of trying to help Mary pass. So I would ask you just to examine the process and make sure you have engaged deeply with the people who have been involved. And anyone who's trying to say that they weren't aware of this or didn't have a chance to participate is bunk, because those meetings were well attended, they were well publicized, and pretty much everybody on this call tonight, these names have appeared before. So I'm disappointed in the authors of the amendments of the letter, and I think you can do better. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you, David. Matthew Greenberg.
Yes, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your time. I begin, and I first support everything that was said by the prior person, but I begin by one clarification. One of the members of the dog work group was Jerry Hearn. I know his name's come up. I don't know if you 7 people know him. He's one of the foremost environmentalists in the community, and he's a member of the Green Foothills Advisory Board and has kept Lenny and the advisory board and the Green Foothills involved in every step of the process. And in addition, he supported both these parks and thought they were perfect because from his expertise, these had no environmental risks. And he is a strong environmentalist. I highly suggest you guys talk to him. I begin by saying I think the Midcoast Council should issue no letter. And I say this for two reasons. First is, it's been mentioned, you've been represented every step of the way by the Midcoast Council rep, Chris Johnson, who's done a great job, and I know it's kept you updated. Number two, and I mean this with absolutely no disrespect, and I know I was blocked from comments on it, it's clear from the letters that the council members, through no fault of your own, have not had the knowledge of 5 years of public hearings, thousands of pages of environmental reports, and all this information, because a lot of statements are false. I will just clarify a few of them that are important. One is everyone's scared of dogs approaching off dogs leash, people without dogs or people with dogs on leash. Well, the leash law, as Nicholas pointed out, is the strictest of any in all of California. It would not allow that. You have to immediately put your dog on leash. He has to be within 25 feet of you the moment someone comes by. Number two, the only change in what's going on at the Pillar Point Bluff area, I don't care if you want to call it one big park or two little park, is the two
30 seconds.
The two off-leash trails, and there was only a portion of those. So all the on-leash is going to stay the same, and there is no, according to Jerry Hearn, there is no sensitive habitat affected within a half a mile of any of these off-leash trails in the pilot program. So I highly suggest you spend time with Chris Johnson, time with Nicholas, time with Jerry Hearn, all people who have no axe to grind, but are experts and have been involved in the process, so you can make an informed decision before writing any letter. I also must point.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Since a couple of people have mentioned it, I will repeat that we're writing a letter for the Planning Commission at their request, which is part of the function of the MCC. We do this all the time, and this is what we do. This is not an exception. We have three more people: Keith Mangold, then followed by Gwen Dassey, and then by Amanda Looks. I'm probably fracturing your names. I'm sorry. Go with Keith, please.
Thank you. I think there's been a few mischaracterizations. I think one of them is the we dog people versus the no dog people. Knowing, quite a few of the people who have an issue, it's not about dogs. It's about dogs in the Marine Reserve. And anybody that spent a lot of time there, and I do because I'm a docent out there, anybody that's there a lot knows that on the average day, probably even during the winter at low tide, you're going to see a dog out on the beach. And more than 50% of the time, it's off leash. That's a problem. I think it's a problem. And the question is about how do we protect the resource? I think you heard Nicholas kind of evade the question of whether there were going to be any more resources out there. If you've ever been out there and had a problem and called, there's a good chance you're going to go to the San Pedro Valley Ranger Station and you're going to get a voice recording and you might hear about it the next day on a return phone call. If we're going to do something out there, a simple fix for that whole thing would be to put fences around the places that people can go up and down the cliff, fences that would keep dogs out also, and have some kind of an entry gate. So if somebody put a dog down there, it was on purpose, and then have some enforcement. Without enforcement, it doesn't matter how strict this whole process is, what the rules are, it'll be a joke. And following up on that, the number of incidents that have occurred out there and the incidents that are on record is probably at a factor of 4 to 1 from what I can see. And part of that is because if you have a problem and you want to take care of it, don't bother calling a ranger because it's going to take too long for them to get there. Now, there are exceptions, but that's the rule. So if we can figure out some way to keep the dogs off the beach and some kind of enforcement, go for it. There is one other thing that nobody's ever discussed, and that is putting muzzles on the off-leash dogs where they're not going to hurt anything. But that's probably an infringement on their freedom. But anyway, if we take this proposal as it now is, we're going to have a problem down there. And the last thing is we don't have any criteria for what's going to turn this process off if it's a failure. Does it mean somebody gets killed? Does somebody get injured? Do seals? Anyway, we need enforcement.
Thank you. Gwen?
Okay, now that I'm unmuted. My name is Gwen, and I don't actually live on the coast. I live actually in the East Bay, but I have 3 Basset Hounds, and I do have a Basset Hound play group, and we do go to different beaches up and down the coast. It is just an amazing thing to watch a bunch of Basset Hounds running together. It's the greatest thing. And my favorite thing about Fort Funston was watching the Basset Hounds and the Great Danes playing together. Just anyway, for anyone who thinks that a short little dog like a Basset Hound doesn't need to run is sadly mistaken. My girls love to run. They love whenever I can take them up in the Hayward Hills. We go to Oyster Bay, we go to Fort Funston, just so they can run and to be with other dogs. I have 3, like I said, 3 Basset Hounds, and they all have different personalities. One is just a barker and wants to run and play with everybody, even though she's going to be 11 years old in a couple months, and 2 that are younger but want to keep up with their big sister. We have never, ever had an issue with anybody being afraid of our dogs, being afraid of dogs that we didn't clean up after our dogs. We've actually left parks cleaner than when we've gotten to them. And I think most of the people that go to these type of off-leash parks feel the same way. We are just happy to have some place where we can gather together, and let our dogs play and get the energy out. Whoever said a tired dog is a happy dog knew exactly what they're talking about. And I pray that you guys open up both of these to off-leash walking. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Before we go to Amanda, I just need to remind you that we're only speaking once tonight, and Amanda will be the last speaker for public comment. So Amanda?
All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm actually glad that I've come last. I was listening to all these wonderful, passionate people and have learned a lot about both sides, actually more than 2 sides of the issue. One thing that struck me was when I heard Chris talk about the fact that parks are open to everyone, and that having the new pilot program should be making the parks accessible to everyone, not just to dogs on leash and off leash. Unfortunately, I have a severe hearing impairment, and I walk with a service dog, and my service dog cannot be off leash. It is too dangerous for me to go into areas where there are off leash dogs. It's unsafe for me, and it's unsafe for my service dog. Again, someone mentioned, I think it was Nicholas, that dogs on leash can get agitated when they're surrounded by dogs who are off leash. What I want to ask Chris and the other people who have been in all these planning things, and I apologize, I'm a latecomer. I was not influenced by the email campaign. This is a new subject for me. I apologize for coming late, but did anybody do any impact statements for people with disabilities in these trails? And were any disability groups involved in the planning of these pilot programs? Because it doesn't seem like they were. I went through, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. But Chris, you got my question.
You've got 30 seconds if you want it.
Well, that's okay.
Okay. Janet, did you talk before?
Sorry, the answer is no. I was trying to ask a question of Nicholas, but I got shut down. So I would like to speak if I may be able.
So you're on here twice, it looks like.
One of my computers shows video and the other gives audio. So I have two computers running.
Okay, so go for it.
I just wanted to say, fact-wise, this whole process started because San Mateo County didn't allow dogs anywhere. Santa Clara County Parks has 79% of access to their parks that allow dogs. Sonoma County allows 90% of its trails to dogs. Marin County Open Space, 64%. East Bay Regional Parks District, 91%. Guess what, San Mateo County? It had 5% of trails that allowed dogs. There were 23 parks at the start of the dog work group process. All of them got excluded from allowing dogs, except for a few. And these are the only two that are proposed for off-leash, because the ones on the east side of the hill allow horses. And we just simply got voted out moneyed. There was no access for dogs allowed to anything on the east side of the hill. So these are the two parks. They've always had dogs. They continue to have dogs. All we're asking for is a few limited trails to permit some off-leash playtime for dogs. And it's very frustrating. After I've participated personally for about 4 years in this process, attending all the meetings, spending countless of hours, foregoing pay because I get paid hourly at work. I had to attend mid-weekday meetings to provide my public input. And here at the last minute, the MCC steps in and says, you know what, we don't want dogs in our backyard. I am mad. I feel like you're NIMBYs, and I feel like you didn't participate in the process. And you had ample opportunity. You had a member of the MCC who actually participated in the dog work group, who thinks this is a good idea, who reported back to you. And now, frankly, and I'm sorry, Claire, but it's the Committee for Green Foothills that stepped up, and Lenny Roberts, who jumped in at the last minute and says, I don't want this. And all of you are kowtowing to a group. It's just not fair. Permit the process to proceed. Allow the pilot programs, which are studies, to proceed and see how it goes. Vote at the end of the pilots, not before.
Thank you. Harold has raised his hand. You will be the last one, Harold. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a resident for 20 years. I'm on the bluffs probably 4 to 5 times a week, biking and running. And just listening to the conversation here, it seems like people are talking about different location in regards to Pillar Point Bluff. So people are saying basically there's nothing there, it's just shrub. I had a close look eye at the mitigated negative declaration. Every time the county publishes a negative declaration, it's fascinating. Lenny got a lot of heat tonight. And actually the truth is, so there are 5 organizations, 5, the Sierra Club, Surf Riders, Green Foothills, Friends of the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, and there's another bird organization that are strongly opposing the off-leash Pillar Point pilot. So 5, it's not just Green Foothills. And I think that's important to note. The negative declaration in the county doesn't even acknowledge that there's an impact on recreation. So the other recreational users, a lot of people will be displaced. I'm probably one of them. I don't know if I want to go up there and run with a bunch of off-leash dogs or bike. The negative declaration doesn't even acknowledge any biological sensitive habitat. If you go there right now, there's still a seasonal wetland. So all these cross paths, basically you can't really cross because the water was really sitting there. And that's nowhere in the document. I personally didn't appreciate the whole discussion, and some people talk pretty loosely about it, off-leash dogs and, they're friendly kind of thing. I listened very carefully what Michelle had to say with her daughter, what Sabrina had to say. I personally was chased and hurt by dogs twice. Once I was on my bike, suddenly I had a German Shepherd behind me. I crashed with my bike. I had to push my bike in between me and the dog owner was maybe 100 yards away. So that's very real. And we are talking about, the statistics from Niklas, and pretty interesting that we have 1/3 dog owners on the bluff, and out of that is maybe 50% off-leash. So we are talking about 10-20% off-leash dog owners that use the bluff that potentially push out everybody else. And I just want to make the point here because it's going to be a destination probably for the Bay Area, and many off-leash dog owners are going to come and visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Harold. Just maybe I'm being defensive, but the group of us that usually review things for the Planning Commission decided this was of some importance before we got any of the letters from any of the environmental groups. So we're not being their tools. We can turn to Nicholas now if we could. Yes. The main thing that I heard being asked was comments about budget and personnel for enforcement. Can you address that, Nicholas, or anything else that you heard?
Claire, yeah, happy to answer, just a couple things that that I felt came up a couple times. First is with regards to recreational displacement and this idea that this pilot program will have an impact on recreation and push people out. Again, what we are seeing is that that's not the case. A vast majority, 2/3 of people visiting both of those parks are able to, or 2/3 of the people visiting those parks do not have dogs. And again, as dogs have been in both of those parks for decades, if you're a regular user, if you've been there before, you know that dogs are there, but people continue to come. So I'm not seeing recreational displacement. And I do think that if the goal is to provide access for everyone, then we need to be looking at this use and where is it appropriate to have off-leash recreation. We have proposed these two locations based on a multi-year public process. And the fact that we heard from a large number of people on a fairly regular occasion that these are the locations interested in having these pilots. So I do think there's a way for all users and user groups to be able to enjoy both of these locations. And again, we're not seeing any data that would indicate that recreational displacement is in fact occurring at this time. But that is something that I know there's a lot of concern about, and that's why we're going to monitor that. That's why we're going to continue to collect that data. And if that is something that we see, then that's something we need to analyze and make an informed decision about. But that leads me to the next point, which is something that came up again, which is this is a pilot program. I think what we are asking to do is to study this issue, to have an opportunity to put this in motion, understand the impacts, and make informed decisions based on that. And without implementing the pilot program, I think a lot of that information is going to be based on strictly opinions and not data that's been collected. We tonight heard a lot about the CEQA analysis. The department stands by our initial study of mitigated neg deck. We looked at the habitat quality along the trail corridors, and specifically the trail corridors where off-leash dog is proposed. I heard a lot tonight that there is not sensitive habitat at Pillar Point Bluff. I would disagree with that. In fact, there are wetlands. There's a large wetland that is between Pillar Point Bluff Trail and Airport Street, which is why Pillar Point Bluff Trail is not recommended to be off leash. There is sensitive habitat at Pillar Point Bluff. That is why we have put the off leash trails where we have. And in the rare instance that there are ESHAs near trails that have been designated for off leash, there's going to be fencing and signage that is between the trail and that habitat. So I heard someone say, well, why are we not utilizing fencing? We are. It is going to be located there. There are very, very, very few instances in where that's needed, where there are identified sensitive habitat areas. Dogs are to remain on leash. So there is great habitat value at Pillar Point Bluff. I would also add that if you were to look, say, over the last 20 years, since we took over ownership of Pillar Point Bluff, the habitat value and the ecological function of that area has actually improved, even with dogs having been there. So it comes down to the management of that land. And I stand by the way that the San Mateo County Parks Department has managed that land since we took ownership. The habitat value has improved. Our camera trapping data has indicated that it is a thriving ecosystem. And this is with us having that open for recreation and with dogs being there that whole time. Something I just need to address, and I don't think there's anyone on this meeting who's going to disagree with this. There is a small percentage of dog owners that, for lack of a better expression, we'll say bad dog owners. And that's where the enforcement needs to be focused on, because there's also a large percentage of responsible dog owners out there who are looking for a place to recreate with their dog. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here. Irresponsible dog owners need to be identified and they need to be reprimanded for that. That is why, as part of the most recent dog ordinance amendment that went to the board in November, the department received permission to remove people from the park if they were a threat to the environment or other visitors. This is something that is not just for dogs. This goes for any park user. However, if there's an individual who is not a responsible dog owner and whose dog is creating a problem, that certainly is a tool that we will have available to us to make sure that the environment and other users are safe. As far as extra resources, the department's not receiving extra resources to manage this pilot program. I've had numerous conversations with my staff, and we're very confident that we're going to be able to manage this pilot program with the resources that we have, and we're going to be able to collect important data to make an informed decision at the end. And so that's what we're aiming to do. The last. Oh, I know someone mentioned dogs on the beach. Again, dogs are not allowed on the beach at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. If you go to Pillar Point Bluff, do not take your dog down to the beach. Period. Not allowed, not going to be allowed, never going to be allowed. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. If you are looking to for an experience to take your dog to the beach, that is not the location to do it at. And please spread the word that that's not going to be acceptable. And it is not acceptable.
Claire, can we move on?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much, actually, I just have one last thing. And and this is in line with what someone else said. I think it's really important. This is a very emotionally charged topic. I think it's really important that we're able to have a civil dialogue on this now in future meetings. So I just ask that you keep that in mind because these conversations certainly can be high in emotion. But I think in order for us to be able to have a civil dialogue, it's all about the tone and the attitude we bring to the table. And that's how we keep these types of processes going. And we respect the public opinion. So that's kind of my closing remark.
Nicholas, you said you weren't going to have extra funds for enforcement, but are you going to?
Whoa, Claire?
Yeah, please don't unmute yourself and speak unless you're invited to.
Step up, Claire.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're finished with public comment. We're finished with Nicholas's answers, which I appreciate. We need to, it's 11 o'clock. We need to get back to the council and decide on what letter we're sending so that we can be finished before the day is over. So we're back considering the original letter, which is on the table, which has been moved and seconded. And I will go around the council and see if people have something they want to say about it, if they want to amend it, or if you're ready to vote on it.
Claire, I need a moment to respond to all the testimony.
No, you can do that as part of council discussion.
I'm going to do that. Yes.
That's what we're starting now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we're starting now. So we start with you, Dan?
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that I love dogs. I do not have one now, but I've owned many in the past. And there's been mention of dog parks, and I want to be very clear that my position is that dog parks are not, for some, they think that dog parks are an answer, but they're not a complete answer for all. This needs repeating. I know everybody knows this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Just like you were wanting to enjoy hiking, we need to allow other people that are hiking with dogs and allowing their dogs to hike responsibly trained dogs to hike off leash. There needs to be more bayside trails, so there's not such a demand on the coast side. Nicholas, I'd like to ask, can the county parks provide easy, accessible, and affordable dog training for all? And be careful by blaming bad dog owners, because there's all different situations out there. Any fencing, I would like to see that there would be the low split rail and avoid the cyclone fence in our rural in our country area. That's the main thing I wanted to say. And as far as comments for the letter, I'll reserve.
Marcy, got to go out.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'd like to, as much as possible, confine our comments to the letter. If we need to put it up again for people to see, we can do that, but I think you probably have access to it. Michelle, we'll move on to you.
Well, I really appreciate hearing from everyone's comments from both sides. I've stated how I felt before. In terms of the letters, I think both have their great points. So I would be happy with either of them or a combination of the two.
Okay. Greg?
5 points. Some issues were raised in the letters and tonight about legality of this and environmental impact. I'm going to rely on the expertise of Parks and the Coastal Commission to audit that. I would point out that there are a lot of people doing illegal off-leash stuff now. So my question is, isn't a legal monitored pilot better? I was also astounded, although maybe I shouldn't be, that over 90% of San Mateo County parks don't allow dogs. Now that to me is a recreational displacement here. And I do appreciate what the disabled person said. But I mean, if 40 or 50% of the population owns dogs and 90+% of San Mateo County parks don't allow them. So to me, full public access for all has to include people with dogs, whether you segment it by time of day or by park or whatever. And I would say vote at the end of this pilot, not before. I have my doubts as to whether this is going to work. It's a scrubbed little piece of land. I mean, I'm just not impressed with it as real dog exercise, but I'm understanding it's going to be one of only 2 we have. So I would like to see this pilot go ahead. And one thing I am confident of, this pilot will be audited intensely. And at the end of it, if it's not working, then we can scrub it. Thanks. So I'll go with the original letter.
Okay. Dave?
Okay, so a few comments. First of all, to people who say that there's not valuable coastal habitat out there, I'll go even further than Nicholas. I will say that much of the habitat out there, while not pristine, I would never claim it's pristine, is very high quality coastal prairie and coastal scrub. And there are wetlands out there, seasonal wetlands, that are not included in the NAGDAC or in the CEQA analysis. To me, that invalidates the NAGDAC. That's a pretty major omission. And anybody who walks out there, as I think Harold and somebody else mentioned, can see there are seasonal wetlands on some of those trails. There's also the old ponds that were built for stock, but as many people have found out, it doesn't matter how those ponds and streams and ditches were created. If they are habitat for rare species, they're habitat. That's all that matters, and they are habitat. And you cannot fence them off to keep a dog out, because that also keeps other animals away from the water, the foxes, the coyotes, anything else you can think of. So fencing off the sensitive habitat, ESHA, environmentally sensitive habitat, as Nicholas referred to, is not a valid way to deal with that in an area with a lot of wildlife. For the people who say that, yes, it's been used by dogs off leash for years, legally or otherwise isn't really relevant, that's absolutely true, but the number has gone up over the years. And I think it would beg our imagination to believe that having an official off-leash pilot would not increase the number of off-leash dogs. And I will reiterate what others have said. Many times I've tried to get rangers to go deal with the problem, and I am far from alone. I've talked to dozens, if not hundreds of other people about this, and the county does not have enough rangers. It did get 2 more rangers recently. That was Creek Beach was added, and it was part of the agreement to add Junius Creek Beach was to get more rangers. And it's not just rangers, it's interpretive aids and everything else. And moreover, the rangers have been told that if people do not listen to them, they are not to take action against the people involved, because they're not police officers. They're not peace officers. They don't carry guns. They're not authorized to do that. So that means calling the sheriff. Well, guess what? The sheriff doesn't want to send people, a half mile or a mile from the nearest road. So there have been a number of incidents. Not all of them get reported to either the county parks or the sheriff. And so enforcement remains a real problem. And frankly, I do not believe the enforcement policies in the NAGDAC and the plan will be effective. But that's my personal belief. The letter is primarily about the CDP and the NAGDAC. not my beliefs. And those beliefs long predated my even knowing who Lenny was. And yes, I will say I was on the Green Foothills board. I do know Lenny. I appreciate everything that she does. Obviously, I strongly support this letter. I was one of the authors of it. So I'm happy to consider amendments, although I'm not thrilled at going into the 5th hour, but there we are.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Jill?
True. Okay. Well, one thing to clarify is I love dogs and I have a lot of friends with dogs. Our dog passed away, so I don't have a dog now. But I also love wildlife and I love our native coastal scrub. I love seeing the peregrine falcon when I go out to the bluff. I love watching the harbor seals and I enjoy watching the dogs come by me too. But I don't so much appreciate off-leash dogs unless they're fenced into an area. Thank you everyone for all your comments. I've learned so much tonight and I have to say I'm a little freaked out because it seems like there's no enforcement right now and we're having issues that those statistics from the Rangers log, 2018, 41 violations and Ross's Cove 21, 34 at Seal Cove, 34 at the Bluff Trail is astounding to me. And the fact that you call Rangers and nobody shows up is also astounding. And I just don't think we're going to have any enforcement out there at all. And sending out one person once a week to collect data is not scientific. I didn't know surf riders were not on board. It makes perfect sense. I do not know who Jerry Hearn is, so I will look him up. Thank you all the docents who spoke, and thank you, Nicholas. And at this point, I would like to make a motion to amend the original letter with the content of my alternative letter again.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Shall we go around again?
I have not been asked to speak a first time.
Yeah. Well, we've got a motion on the floor right now.
But Claire, I was not asked to speak on the first round.
And neither was I.
Well, you should go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Len.
No, you go first. I'm happy to.
I'll go last.
Okay. After going through this for several hours, I find it is easy to get a little confused. So I just want to confirm that the first letter posted supports Quarry Park fairly uniformly, and it supports off-leash on Pillar Point with certain restrictions noted. Is that correct?
That is what the letter is intended to say, although it says we have reservations as well.
No, I understand that. And then a question just to Jill. Her letter supports Quarry Park, but does not want to see off-leash in Pillar Point Bluff at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So in looking at it and reviewing all of the comments we had, I do not find, and it's hard to wean out, Midcoast from off over the hill, et cetera. But I do not, given the effort that's been put in to bring it forward this far, from the comments we've heard, I don't see a basis trying to listen to the community to say that we should go with a restriction of no leash on Pillar Point Bluff. It's a split, and there's lots of work, including our own, to go with what we have. That being said, I also agree. Well, I have a question for Nicholas. In terms of evaluation, is this set up with a sunset after year one? That is, at year one, you have to present a report that shows data and confirms that it should be kept, or is it the reverse?
Len, how would it be the reverse? I'm not sure.
The reverse would say that it will continue unless a finding is made. So you would come to us and it's designed to sunset unless we confirm you presented a report that shows the enforcement issues which seem, and reporting, which do seem a problem, have been addressed and that they show good data.
Yeah, Len, so at the end of the 12-month pilot program, we would evaluate the 12 months worth of data, which, just to be clear, is collected weekly, but that doesn't mean once a week. So it's twice a week per park is when the data is collected. And it's once during the week and once during the weekend. But we would look at that data and we would make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors accordingly. With that said, if there's poor compliance and adverse effects throughout the term of the pilot program, then we would look to make changes sooner than that 12-month period.
Okay. And is there an open line or an open email for people to report violations they see in the absence of a ranger?
Yeah, so you can always call the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. You can call the department, but you can also, what we can do is set up an email address on the department's website. Like, so we have a general email address that you can reach as well. So there are multiple ways in which you would be able to contact the department if something is occurring.
And the same reporting applies in Quarry Park. Has consideration in Quarry Park been given to at least one dog-free hiking loop? I mean, so, dog off-leash hiking loop.
Yeah, so Len, the pilot program is as shown on those maps, right? So there would be no dog-free, I think that's what you're asking, dog-free loop, right? You're asking dog-free.
I didn't mean dog-free. I meant dog on leash trail.
No, that's not included at Quarry Park.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, I think I've learned what I need to know. So go ahead, Claire.
Okay, I'm planning to vote in favor of the original letter. I have some concerns. My biggest concern is enforcement. I think what I'm hearing from parks is that they don't plan to beef up enforcement in any way. And I think that's a really big problem, and I hope that we can influence that to not be true. On the other hand, people are up there with their dogs running all over the place already with the same amount of non-enforcement. So I'm not sure that not having a program which at least attempts to monitor it is a plus. I think we're probably better off with a program that could be used to monitor and protect things than without any program at all. I continue to think that that it is not a good idea to have both of these parks on the coast side in the mid-coast. I'm hearing more tonight about why they're not over on the bay side, and I think that's really unfortunate. But that's kind of beyond the scope of what we can influence very highly right now. So I see a lot of limitations, but I think I'm probably going to vote in favor of the original letter.
Okay.
So now we should consider the amendment that's on the table. Michelle, do you want to comment on the amendment, which is to substitute Jill's letter for the one that we're currently considering?
Yeah, I can comment on that. I mean, I said this before, but I do like the fact that it is very clear that we support the program at Quarry Park, the pilot program, and not at Pillar Point Bluff. I do feel like it really lays out the reasons why we don't. I like the addition of more specifics around the species that are present. And I do hear Dave's point. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm really tired, but that there were some things missing from it. I think in terms of the specifics around the neg deck, and I think that's important to state. So if it's one or the other, like I said, I would support either. I have a preference for Jill's letter and would support adding in information about the neg deck and the lacking, you know, yeah, what that lacks to just.
So can we call for the question immediately? Because I believe we have a majority that would not accept the amendment, and then we could just consider the first letter.
Can't hear you, Claire.
What's that, Dave?
Gosh, I was going to suggest something else, but Len has called the question, so let's vote on his calling the question.
I'd like to have an opportunity for a discussion.
So you vote no.
Is this a majority vote for this calling the question?
Yeah, it just takes a majority.
So
What?
Yeah.
And this is not on the final yes, no. This is on
Cutting off debate.
Yeah. I'd like to participate in some discussion.
I have something else I want to say too.
Very briefly.
So
we called the question, so we have to vote on calling the question. Okay.
Yes, we do have to vote on calling the
Len,
question.
would you call the roll, please?
Okay, now just so we're clear, a vote of no is to reject the amendment at this point.
No.
No.
Let's state it again.
We're voting as to whether to vote. Because you called the question.
Okay, to vote on the amendment, okay?
No.
Dan?
What are we
voting on?
Calling the question. Dan, so Len, you called the question. Do you withdraw that?
No.
Okay, then we're voting on to call the question.
The question.
So what does this mean? Are we voting
We would
to
close
vote?
discussion. We would close
It means
discussion,
we're
and
ending
we would-
discussion and going to a vote now.
Thank you.
If it passes. Otherwise, we don't go to a vote immediately and we continue discussion.
Point of clarification, is that to go to a vote on the amendment or the full letter?
The
On the
amendment.
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 Okay, so the question is whether to go to a vote on the amendment right away. Dan, your vote?
No, because I want to say.
Gotcha, Dan. Greg?
Yes.
Dave?
No.
Michelle?
No.
I vote yes. Jill?
No.
And Claire?
No.
Okay.
Fails
So I'm still
5-2.
talking about, I have something I want to suggest to Jill. If you're it's getting us into a lot of trouble to say we're going to take one letter or the other letter. Could you make a different amendment and put part of your letter into the other one?
I don't think.
You don't think that would work?
But I already did that. So I
Would you do that?
I took the content of my letter, except for the first paragraph, thank you for sending a referral, and I put it in the original. And we should just vote on that and then move on.
That's not the letter you sent out.
I don't have a letter like that.
That may have been what you meant to do, but that's not the letter you sent out.
Yeah.
So I thought the guts of the disagreement was we do allow or support a pilot on the Bluff, or no, we don't support a pilot on the Bluff. I thought that was the nub of the disagreement.
That's not the nub.
What I read from Jill did not support a pilot on the Bluff.
That's correct.
But it also wholeheartedly supports a pilot in Quarry Park, and it omits a bunch of other stuff from the other letter, and it adds other stuff. So it's really a completely different letter. In my opinion, Jill's letter does not address the CDP neg deck issue, which is what we're really supposed to be commenting on.
We have another option, which is to not send a letter at all.
We do have that option. I think it would be a bad option, but we do have that option.
And I suggested it could be helpful. I mean, I know that what Jill said, and that there are pieces of the original letter that are in Jill's letter. Unfortunately, we received this, like an hour or two before the meeting, or at least that's when I saw it. So I didn't have a chance to fully process it, which is a little frustrating. But if Jill could just briefly summarize like which pieces she pulled and what she added, I think that would be helpful, at least for me. Claire, would you allow that?
I'm waiting for her to respond.
I'm waiting for you to tell me if that's.
We need to clarify this.
I mean, I'm happy to do that, but Claire, do you need to give me permission to do that?
Please do it.
Okay. So I'll take Dave's original letter, or not Dave's, but everybody's. And I kept the first paragraph. Thank you for sending a referral, blah, blah, blah. I took recognize the huge amount of work paragraph. I made minor text changes, mostly just changing. Actually, I don't think I changed much on that. And I took one
Jill,
sentence off at the end, and then I flipped it to the end of my letter.
Jill, none of my letter, now you got me doing it. None of our letter is in your letter at all.
No, that's not right. Let her finish.
That's not true. I'm looking at both letters on my screen. Okay.
I am too.
And I took out, but we also have concerns, and I incorporated it into the text, and I split it so that it discussed Quarry Park separate from Pillar Point Bluff, and I did a comparison. So most of the things, well, things that I stated in the first, excuse me, I'm still talking.
No, I want to ask you a question before.
First paragraph are also in the second
letter
paragraph,
I'm displaying and
direct comparison of them. Then what I did is
I can't hear anything that's happening because people are trying to talk at the same time.
So
Can we
Jill,
please let Jill
I want to make sure we're talking about the same letter. I am displaying the letter Jill sent me. Is that the letter you're talking about?
That's what she's talking about.
No, I want her to say it.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jill.
I'm not quite sure what you heard. Can you remind me what?
I think after, can you start from where you moved the one paragraph down to the bottom and then you split the pieces.
Yeah. So I did take out the unfortunate, both proposed locations are on the Midcoast. I took those out because in my letter I only have one proposed location, so it didn't fit. And then overcrowding, I put into my letter. Families with children freely, safely using parks, still in my letter. Quarry Park, highly used by dog owners, that's all in my letter. So all this is incorporated, but it's just the way it's presented is very different because it separates Quarry Park from Pillar Point Bluff. I do not have maps and descriptions of the environmental characteristics. That entire big paragraph, I did not pull over. And I would be happy to incorporate it, but I just thought it was too much. So I didn't bring that one over. And I think it's a very important point that maybe we want to bring it and put it in the end result. I took out the signage, be clear, and all this about Pillar Point Bluff, because in my letter, Pillar Point Bluff is taken off the table. So I took that out in the letter I wrote. And one of my reasonings was people don't really want to have 20 plus new signs along the bluff and all the split railing, which really doesn't keep dogs out of anywhere. It takes this whole bluff and domesticates it really. And then I go down further and I deleted asking for an additional in-person enforcement because I knew that would never happen. And then we recognize the huge amount of work that's still in mine. And then I add a little bit more. That's about it in a nutshell.
So the bottom line is, do we want to vote on approving this with conditions for Pillar Point, or do we want to say we do not want anything at Pillar Point? That seems like the crux of it.
That's a good way to look at it.
Maybe we should do a straw poll on that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's.
Why are we doing a straw poll on that? Why don't we just vote?
Or we have a motion on the table to approve a letter and an amendment.
I know.
Well,
Why don't we vote on the amendment?
We could do.
I was actually going to propose we amend the amendment, but
So we are approaching one of our very longest meetings ever,
which we knew would happen. Here's what I'm thinking. If we decide if we're going to go with pillar point or not pillar point, then is it okay? It might be okay to just go with that letter and send it and not nitpick about it too much. We need to, if we just made that decision as to whether we're going to approve the pillar point or not. Does that make sense to people?
Not completely.
The
problem I have with that is it's a letter that I got, I don't know, I saw it 15, 20 minutes before the meeting, and I haven't had time to digest it. So if I voted for the letter that Jill has proposed, while it is clearer in terms of supporting one and not the other, you know, I would be like a U.S. congressman voting on a 1,000-page bill that he hasn't read, and I don't want to do that.
I call for the question to vote on Jill's letter.
Can we not try and call the question again? We've done that twice and it hasn't worked.
Well, we got to get somewhere.
Yeah.
You could also authorize the committee that reviews these referrals to just go ahead and write a letter, as we usually do, without bringing it to the council. You could say, we don't want to deal with it. You guys deal with it.
Well, I would rather say, don't write a letter, period.
Well, we have to at least say we have no comment.
Why don't we decide which statement we want to go with? We should decide, do we want to have both dog parks or do we just want quarry parks?
Let's do a straw poll on that. If we were just generally off the top of our heads saying, do we want to support the Pillar Point project or not? Dan, what would you say?
You mean the pillar bluff?
Yes.
Pillar Point bluff.
Yeah.
No.
No, you would not support it.
No.
Okay, Michelle.
no, I would not support an off-leash dog program there.
Okay, Greg.
I would support a pilot at Pillar Point Bluff.
Dave.
I can't answer the question because that's not the major difference in the letter in my opinion.
Just answer it.
No.
Oh, okay, you're abstaining. Jill, you would, we know.
Yes, I mean, no, I don't support it.
Yes. Len.
Yes, I support it.
Yes, I support it. So what have we got?
We got a tie.
And Dave is the tiebreaker?
That's right.
I am absolutely to Jill's letter. I don't think it says what needs to be said.
So then you would vote yes.
I make a motion. I'd like
no, do not put words in my mouth.
No.
Amend Jill's letter.
No, wait a minute. We had.
Don't interrupt,
Dave,
please.
Do you want to reconsider your abstain?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm opposed to Jill's letter, not just you are opposed. I think you're all picking wrong points.
Well, the only difference between the two is whether we're going to support the project at Pillar Point.
No, that's not the only difference. That's what I'm saying. Jill's letter is not a good letter.
Well, okay, but...
Can I make a motion to amend Jill's letter? I would like to take the 2 paragraphs.
Could somebody put Jill's letter on the screen, please?
Including the one beginning with maps and descriptions.
No, somebody share the letter on the screen so we can all look at it.
Can't put it on.
Which letter?
Jill's letter.
Ideally, both side by side.
You can put them side by side. I have them side by side on my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and share it, Jill.
We still have 40 people on this meeting.
I got the letter on my screen. I don't know what the problem is. Len, can't you just bring it up on your own?
Jill is doing that. We're waiting for her to do it.
It's more effective for everybody, I think. You just get it up on your own screen by yourself.
No, we want everybody to look at the same thing. Are you able to do it, Jill?
You're on mute.
I already have it too, if anyone wants to give me access.
Go ahead and share it then. Anybody share it. Go ahead, Michelle.
Looks like Jill's got it now.
Is that it? Can you see them both?
Yes.
So my motion is to take paragraph on the original letter that begins with maps and descriptions.
Hold it. These are so different. It's really hard to look at them. And
I'll just explain the difference. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
So to take the paragraph that begins in the original letter with maps and descriptions, and then the following paragraph.
Could we scroll down? I don't see that paragraph.
On the left letter.
Yeah. Let's go down there so we can see that.
Jill, if you could click on the left letter and scroll down to the second page, the bottom of the first page that begins with maps and descriptions. So from my understanding, this is the part of the original letter that is completely missing from Jill's letter because it talks about the neg deck, the coastal prairie, watersheds, dog waste drainage. I think she does touch on the wildlife and not the informal side trails. So pretty much that paragraph and then the following paragraph. And yeah, and the one about in-person enforcement. What I would really like to do is make those more hypothetical. Like if this were to proceed, we would, I mean, obviously I would rewrite this if I had time, but my proposal is to put those 3 paragraphs into Jill's letter at the end. Following the.
This is completely hard to follow this way.
Yeah, it is.
So do you think if you took 5 minutes offline, you could just do that?
Probably, but I'd really like to know if Dave was going to vote for it.
That's a good point. Yeah. So Dave, what lets you cast a vote one way or the other?
That certainly improves Jill's letter, but now all of a sudden we get into this inconsistency of saying no, and oh, but if you do, blah, 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 which is what Jill was partly trying to get away from in her letter.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. If I took 5 minutes to fix that, would you be interested in voting for that?
If that is the only way to get a letter out, it is a better starting point than Jill's, that's for sure, in my opinion.
Well, ultimately, it's going to come down to Pillar Point Bluff and whether we have off leash there. And I guess you're unwilling to state your view at this point.
I personally do not want to see more off leash dogs on that bluff.
Thank you.
I have enough problems with them already, but that's personally, and that is not what I'm trying to say in a letter. I'm very much trying to distinguish between me personally and the merits of the CDP and the neg deck.
Well, I would support Jill's letter if it were amended the way we're talking about. If it were basically saying, no, we don't think we're ready to do the Pillar Point Bluffs, but here's what would have to happen in order for it to be even considered. Like not ruling it out forever and ever, but saying, here's what's lacking.
What's lacking is the most important part of the letter. So lacking gets into Jill's letter, then I can almost certainly sign off on that amended letter.
So
I
shall we
do-
let Michelle do it then?
Yes.
And we'll come back in 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes.
I will say before we go do that, that by having a significant number of the council members willing to consider an amendment, an alternate letter at such a late date in the process when we can't fully digest it, we're setting a very bad precedent for future letters. It's certainly allowable. It's nothing wrong with it. It's good legislative practice to allow alternates, but they really shouldn't come at the last minute.
So I've already stated that I will not endorse this. Okay, just for the record.
But given that statement, are we willing to call a special meeting, let's say on Monday? And
No.
Another option.
No.
It's pretty simple. It's, with all of the environmental considerations with Phillip Point Bluff, Jill's letter says no to that and yes to Quarry Park. It's very clear. The original letter is not clear.
Well, it is clear, but
in favor of Jill's letter. It's very clear.
So you will vote for Jill's letter as Michelle is going to fix it up.
Yeah, it doesn't mess up the clarity. No, it just adds a little something else. Sure.
Okay. So Michelle's working on it now. We'll just hold on.
Should the rest of us take a break, or should we just sit here and watch?
I don't have like a Word document with these two letters, but I'm trying to copy and paste.
Don't worry about the formatting and the font and anything else. Just get the content. We can all agree that the fonts can all be fixed up later.
And while she's working, we can talk about the fact that we're probably going to skip the last few sections of this meeting.
We certainly don't have to vote on a adjournment.
Actually, under the rules we are operating under, we do.
Bullshit.
If we drop to less than a quorum, the rest of us have to keep going.
I'll talk to you on the side on that, Dave. We'll be done with that. Big waste of time for how many years?
That's amazing that we have to keep going.
Talk to the governor about it.
Greg, are you going to do a sewer thing at the next meeting?
There are significant developments, a near failure of the sewer plant in Sam and implications. So I will be happy to present that at the retreat or the next meeting.
Not at the retreat. Not at the retreat. You were saying that you might want to do something along that line for one of the meetings, perhaps the 9th.
Well, if we could jump ahead to council member activity, I'll report that I spoke at the Half Moon Bay City Council, and I pointed out that they had flooded the plant beyond its theoretical capacity.
Wait a minute. This meeting is bad enough. Let's not.
We're waiting on Michelle, so
I know, but that means Michelle isn't here. You're jumping out of order. If Claire wants to close this and reopen it, we can do that. But please, let's at least try and say something today.
Claire, I'd like to say something very brief on the issue of the pilot program.
Oh, go ahead.
So, for anybody listening, I want everybody to know that I strongly believe that dog owners need more off-leash areas on the coast side. And there should be more in the county on the bay side. I hope we can get this, but unfortunately, for the reasons that have been stated tonight, I do not believe that the Pillow Point Bluff
is the area that should be is an area that should be off leash. Unfortunately, I'm really sad to say that, and I know that will be a problem for a lot of local dog owners. I understand that, but all the issues that have been stated tonight, I just want to be very clear on my position. And
we always have to consider too that all we're doing is making a comment. We're not legislating.
Right, but I'm just stating my opinion so the community understands me, my position, and also, I think that I visited the Half Moon Bay Dog Park today. You know what? If I was a dog owner, I would probably wouldn't be for me, but it is for some dog owners. I saw many dogs in there playing, having a great time. Dog owners were out there relaxing. I'm more of a hiker. I want to hike and move instead of sit and watch my dog run. And so it's just very important that we all know that there's different dog owners, and some things work for some dog owners and others don't. But I strongly believe that there needs to be more off-leash areas for dog owners to allow the dogs to run free. Within reason, responsibly, and all that.
Yeah, right.
Can I comment on this too, Claire? Point of order.
I think we're actually just sort of killing time right now.
Well, I want to make a point that was brought up to me by a member of the public, that we are crafting a completely new letter on the fly that no member of the public is able to comment on.
Yeah, I think Dave's already pointed that out. So,
well, I just want to say it clearly.
No.
But Greg, let me also point out that of all the comments we had, none of them were on the letter.
And if we amended it, it'd be a new letter where they couldn't comment. So I don't think that's, tonight is the night to be tuned in and to hear the letter. And I agree that it is better to have the community be able to review a letter with plenty of time, but that's not always the perfect case.
Was there a deadline for getting this comment into the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just consider this letter amendment, a major amendment.
When does the Planning Commission hear it?
February 9th.
In the morning.
Did we lose Michelle?
No, she's still working.
Oh,
no, I'm here. I think I'm ready. If you could give me sharing access, I think I'm ready to share my screen. I didn't make a ton of edits. I sort of just pushed.
Should have done that. Should have done that while you were working away. You got it.
Okay. Okay, you'll see my messy desktop with everything up here. Okay, but basically,
Not there yet.
here, can you guys, well, we have two original letters.
Michelle. Just the final version.
Yeah.
And make it bigger.
Where I picked up. So what I basically did is I took Jill's letter.
Michelle, we can't read it.
Make it bigger. Just a letter. Don't share the whole screen, just a letter.
I wanted
the final edited one.
Messy. Can you see this real? I'll change it to just sharing that. But see Jill's letter, the second page. Everything up, the entire first page of Jill's letter is the same. On the second page of Jill's letter, I hear you. I will change it in a moment. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm going to stop sharing and then reshare. Okay, so the second page of Jill's letter, which started with the project location, this paragraph is actually still the same. What I did is I took this next paragraph that starts with maps and descriptions and just took that straight from the original letter and put it into Jill's letter here. I did delete one sentence, which talks about wildlife, because that was already mentioned earlier on the first page of Jill's letter. Then what I did was I put these second two paragraphs, which are from the original letter, and made them conditional. So just basically changed it, instead of if the pilot program is to proceed, if it were to proceed at Pillar Point Bluffs, we would ask that signage be clear. And then the next paragraph, I just made it conditional. And then everything else is from Jill's letter, which actually this paragraph was from the original letter that Jill pulled in. So pretty much we're looking at 3 paragraphs from the original letter that are put into Jill's letter with some minor tweaks. That's my, I make that motion to amend the letter.
I'll second it.
I have further amendment.
Okay.
The paragraph starting with unfortunately has nothing to do with anything and should be dropped. Well, maybe the last sentence could be kept. Hold on.
I do think she has this families with children. I like that she added disabled or elderly people.
All right.
I like that part of it.
It really is easy. Okay. It's in the interest of being done.
Yeah.
Can you now show the first page again, just so I can?
Well, the first page, why I wanted to show it on the other thing is I had a formatting issue with copying and pasting it. So I didn't change anything on the first page. I just copied and pasted it over from the PDF here. So nothing's changed before this point, before basically this point, maps and description.
If we vote to approve this, I wonder if we could include in our vote that we authorize Michelle or somebody to correct any grammatical errors that might have arisen in doing this so quickly.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If Michelle is willing to do it.
Yeah, I think I can review it. I don't think there will be many.
Yeah, you're gonna need to get the original doc from Jill anyway, so you can keep the formatting and everything.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Do we need to discuss this any further? Can we move to a vote?
This is a discussion on accepting the amendment, which was to now put this revised letter in place of the original letter.
So what we have is an amendment to the amendment. So we need to vote on the amendment to the amendment first.
State the amendment to the amendment.
And then if that passes, we're done.
So we need to vote on the changes that Michelle just made, correct?
Yeah.
In yellow.
Okay. Do we have a motion to do that on the table?
Yes.
I so move.
Oh.
Okay, so for the amendment to the amendment, this is Michelle moved and Dave seconded.
Yeah.
And then we can vote.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. So for the amendment to accept the modifications to Jill's letter, Dan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Greg, how do you vote?
No.
Jill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dave, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lynn, how do you vote? No. Who is missing here? Michelle. Michelle, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And Claire, how do you vote?
Yes.
Passes 5-2.
So now we have to vote on the letter as amended.
Okay.
Will be the final vote.
So is further discussion needed, or do we want to move to that vote?
Well, we need to make a motion to.
No, we've got the motion on the table already.
Do we? Okay, is it seconded?
Yes, moved and seconded.
Was it the same? Michelle to move, Dave to second?
No. This was way back.
Okay.
At the end of public comment.
Jill moved it, I believe.
I moved and Dan seconded.
Jill and Dan, okay. So.
What are we voting on?
The letter as amended.
Okay.
Okay, good enough. Here we go. Dan.
Yes.
Greg.
No.
Jill.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Me, no. Claire.
Yes.
Passes 5-2.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Can you call the roll on that one?
Come on, 5 more minutes and we'll be at 6 hours.
No, 5 hours, right?
It's going to make the minutes really difficult to show it ending on a different day than it started.
It's sort of like leap year or 2000. Anyway, motion to adjourn. Jill?
Yes.
We have to have a second.
I'll second that.
Who seconded?
I'll second it.
I did.
Okay, Dan second. Okay. Jill said yes. Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dave? Dave?
Yeah.
He's locked.
Greg?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Myself passes 7-0.
Thanks, everyone. Marathon session.
Weird that you guys saw me locked. I was hearing you the whole time.
Hey, you're
okay,
all,
it's been real.
You're all champions.
Thanks to everyone who stuck with us.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Recording stopped.